Thank you, and enjoy.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Holly. All right. Before we get to the opening readings, I want to mention a couple things.
And enjoy.
Oh, I'm sorry. My thing is recording over here. We are officially live on YouTube, so sorry about that.
Hey, Matthew, I'm sorry. I totally forgot. I have somebody texting me to try and get in calling, but we do have Bluesfest shirts and tanks available. They are 15. Matthew will be posting something later, but this is what they look like, just so you guys can see. There you go.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I'm gonna have you model those a few times throughout this event. So the shirts came out amazingly. And that almost leads me exactly into what I was going to talk about next. We're going to go to 7th Tradition stuff first. But if you'd like to donate to the 7th Tradition for this event, please use Bluesfest NA for donations with Venmo. Please make sure to note 7th Tradition in the memo. If prompted, the 4-digit code is 8080. I will be adding this to chat, so you'll be able to have this information. And as Holly was just mentioning and showing, we printed a limited quantity of shirts in a variety of size, from small to 4XL. Each size is the same price of $15. It is very important that you provide contact information with your payment on Venmo so that we can call, text, or email you for clarification and to eliminate confusion. T-shirts are available in small to 4XL, with tanks available in small to 2XL. You can pay through the Venmo app or in person when meeting up to deliver the shirt. You can also have the shirts delivered to your address for an additional charge of $7.75 to $8.30, depending on how many shirts you order. Deliveries will be made by USPS Priority Mail. If you want your shirts reserved, we must have payment by Venmo ASAP. If you would like the shirts delivered by USPS, this delivery charge must be paid before we ship the shirt. We will only reserve shirts with payment, no exceptions. If you have any questions, please send a message through chat or call one of the following people on the flyer of Holly, Jody, or Sam. And I will post all this stuff in the chat here momentarily. So we begin our meetings with readings from our basic text. I'm going to go ahead and screen share Who is an Addict. And first up, we've got whoever signed in as LGQ7. Let's get you unmuted here.
Oh, that's weird. It shouldn't be LGQ7. My name is Daniel, and I'm an addict.
Hey, Daniel.
Who is an addict? Most of us do not have to think twice about this question. We know. Our whole life and thinking was centered in drugs in one form or another, the getting and using and finding ways it means to get more. We live to use and use to live. Very simply, an addict is a man or woman whose life is controlled by drugs. We are people in the grip of a continuing and progressive illness whose ends are always the same: jails, institutions, and death.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And next up, we've got Bettina reading What is the NA Program?
Hey, family. I'm an addict. My name is Bettina.
Hey, Bettina.
Here is What is the NA Program? NA is a nonprofit fellowship for society of men and women for whom drugs have become a major problem. We are recovering addicts who meet regularly to help each other stay clean. This is a program of complete abstinence from all drugs. There is only one requirement for membership: the desire to stop using. We suggest that you keep an open mind, give yourself a break. Our program is a set of principles written so simply that we can enjoy our daily lives. Excuse me. The most important thing about them is that they work. There are no strings attached to NA. We're not affiliated with any other organizations. We have no initiation fees or dues, no pledges to sign, no promises to make to anyone. We are not connected with any political, religious, or law enforcement groups and are under no surveillance at any time. Anyone may join us, regardless of age, race, sexual identity, creed, religion, or lack of religion. We are not interested in what or how much you used or who your connections were, what you've done in the past, how much or how little you have, but only in what you want to do about your problem, how we can help. The newcomer is the most important person at any meeting because we can only keep what we have by giving it away. We have learned from our group experience that those who keep coming to our meetings regularly stay clean. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. All right, and we actually lost one of our hands originally. So Alicia, if you would still be willing to read, I'm going to have you read Why Are We Here?
Oh man, even though I'm wearing my glasses, I can't see. Can you make it bigger? No.
I can, yes. How's that?
Okay, good. Before coming, I'm Alicia. I'm an addict.
Alicia.
Why are we here? Before coming to the fellowship of NA, we could not manage our own lives. We could not live and enjoy life as other people do. We had to have something different, and we thought we had found it in drugs. We placed their use ahead of the family, We placed their use ahead of the welfare of our families, our wives, husbands, and our children. We had to have drugs at all costs. We did many people great harm, but most of all, we harmed ourselves. Through our inability to accept personal responsibilities, we were actually creating our own problems. We seemed to be incapable of facing life on its own terms. Most of us realized that in our addiction, we were slowly committing suicide. But addiction is such a cunning enemy of life that we had lost the power to do anything about it. Many of us ended up in jail or sought help through medicine, religion, and psychiatry. None of these methods was sufficient for us. Our disease always resurfaced or continued to progress until, in desperation, we sought help from each other in Narcotics Anonymous. After coming to NA, we realized we were sick people. We suffered from a disease from which there is no known cure. It can, however, be arrested at some point, and recovery is then possible.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And next up, reading How It Works, we've got Marty. Go ahead.
I'm an addict. My name's Marty.
Hey, Marty.
How it works. If you want what we have to offer and are willing to make the effort to get it, then you are ready to take certain steps. These are the principles that make recovery possible. 1, we admit we were powerless over our addiction, that our lives had become unmanageable. 2, we came to believe that power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. 3, we made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understood Him. 4, we made a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. 5, we admit to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our wrongs. 6, we're entirely ready to have God remove all these defects of character. 7, we humbly asked Him to remove our shortcomings. 8, we made a list of all persons we had harmed and became willing to make amends to them all. 9, we made direct amends to such people wherever possible, except what to do so would injure them or others. 10, we continued to take personal inventory, and when we were wrong, promptly admitted it. 11, we sought through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact with God as we understood Him, praying only for knowledge of His will for us and the power to carry that out. 12, having had a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps, we try to carry this message, acts, and practice these principles in all our affairs. This sounds like a big order, and we can't do it all at once. We didn't become addicted in one day, so remember, easy does it. There is one thing more than anything else that will defeat us in our recovery. This is an attitude of indifference or intolerance towards spiritual principles. 3 of these that are indispensable are honesty, open-mindedness, and willingness. With these, we are well on our way. We feel that our approach to the disease of addiction is completely realistic, for the therapeutic value of one act helping another is without parallel. We feel that our way is practical, for one act to best understand and help another addict. We feel that our approach to the disease of addiction is completely realistic, for the therapeutic value of one act helping another is without parallel. We feel that our way is practical, for one act to best understand and help another addict. We believe that the sooner we face our problems within our society and everyday living, just that much faster do we become acceptable, responsible, and productive members of that society. The only way to keep from returning to active addiction is not to take the first drug. If you are like us, you know that 1 is too many and 1,000 is never enough. We put great emphasis on this, for we know that when we use drugs in any form or substitute one for another, we release our addiction all over again. Thinking of alcohol as different from other drugs has caused a great many addicts to relapse. Before we came to NA, we viewed alcohol separately, but we cannot afford to be confused about this. Alcohol is a drug. We are people with the disease of addiction who must abstain from all drugs in order to recover.
Awesome. Thank you, Marty. And next up, reading the 12 traditions, we've got Maya.
Hey family, I'm an addict. My name is Maya.
Hey, Maya.
12 traditions of NA. We keep what we have, only with vigilance, and just as freedom for the individual comes from the 12 steps, so freedom for the group springs from our traditions. As long as the ties that bind us together are stronger than those that would tear us apart, all will be well. 1, our common welfare should come first. Personal recovery depends on NA unity. 2, for a group purpose, there is but one ultimate authority, a loving God as he may express himself in our group conscience. Our leaders are but trusted servants, they do not govern. 3, the only requirement for membership is a desire to stop using. 4, each group should be autonomous except in matters affecting other groups or NA as a whole. 5, each group has but one primary purpose, to carry the message to the addict who still suffers. 6, an NA group ought never endorse, finance, or lend the NA name to any related facility or outside enterprise, lest problems of money, property, or prestige divert us from our primary purpose. 7, every NA group ought to be fully self-supporting, declining outside contributions. 8, Narcotics Anonymous should remain forever non-professional, but our service centers may employ special workers. 9, NA as such ought never be organized, but we may create service boards or committees directly responsible to those they serve. 10, Narcotics Anonymous has no opinion on outside issues, hence the NA name ought never be drawn into public controversy. 11, our public relations policy is based on attraction rather than promotion. We need to always maintain personal anonymity at the level of press, radio, and films. 12, anonymity is the spiritual foundation of all our traditions, ever reminding us to place principles before personalities. Understanding these traditions comes slowly over a period of time. We pick up information as we talk to members and visit various groups. It usually isn't until we get involved with service that someone points out that personal recovery depends on NA unity, and that unity depends on how well we follow our traditions. The 12 traditions of NA are not negotiable. They are the guidelines that keep our fellowship alive and free. By following these guidelines in our dealings with others and society at large, we avoid many problems. That is not to say that our traditions eliminate all problems. We still have to face difficulties as they arise. Communication problems, differences of opinion, internal controversies, and troubles with individuals and groups outside the fellowship. However, when we apply these principles, we avoid some of the pitfalls. Many of our problems are like those that our predecessors had to face. Their hard-won experience gave birth to the traditions, and our own experience has shown that these principles are just as valid today as they were when these traditions were formulated. Our traditions protect us from the internal and external forces that could destroy us. They are truly the ties that bind us together. It is only through understanding and application that they work. Thanks for letting me read.
Thank you very much, Maya. And thank you, everybody, for reading. All right. Well, it's about that time. We are officially ready for our first speaker. So help me please welcome Carla from Iowa. Share her experience, strength, and hope. Let's get you unmuted here. And I'm asking to unmute if it will allow me to. Let's try one more time. There we go. Oh, now you're remuted. Let's try this one more time.
Unmute.
There we go. Now we're good. No, now you're remuted. These are those technical issues we were talking about here. There we go.
Sorry. Hi, everybody. I'm Carla. I'm an addict.
Hey, Carla.
Sorry for that technical. It's been a long time since I did Zoom. First thing I want to say is that I'm super grateful to Jody G, who asked me to speak, who gave me the opportunity to share some experience, strength, and hope. Other thing I wanted to say is that my phone is kind of blowing up and I have an extra kid here, so if I get distracted, I really apologize. In Iowa, it did snow, so there's that. Pretty excited about that, seeing you guys with all your sun and whatnot in the background. So anyway, I have been praying all morning, and I just want to take a second and kind of invite my higher power into my space. Okay, so like I said, I'm an addict. I come from a long line of addicts and people who live in the chaos that comes with drug addiction and whatnot. My childhood was like full of abuse and chaos, and I don't know if you guys, I'm sure you guys can probably recognize what that might have looked like for a child. Anyway, so growing up, I hated that lifestyle. I hated the fact that I came from people who didn't know how to like go to work and keep a home. I hated the fact that like I didn't fit in with those people because I didn't like my life. I always felt not unique by any means, but just not. I just didn't feel like I belonged anywhere. And so, anyways, growing up, I continued to feel that way and feel like I wasn't loved and like I didn't deserve to be loved. And so I carried that with me for a really, really long time. The truth about, for me, the truth about my addiction is that I needed the drugs to feel like I was worthy. I needed them to not worry about what other people thought about me. I really hated the person that I was, even as a young child, before I'd really taken any shitty actions. You know what I mean? Like I always felt like I needed something to feel good about me. And it started out with a food addiction when I was really young. It kept going to like attention and, eventually just kind of like any kind of substance I could put into my body became really important to me. I do not discriminate against drugs. I tried them all as frequently as I could. And used with my parents and sold drugs with my parents and my grandparents and, people like that. And that was just my life. As I grew up and became a teenager and a young adult, I started having pretty bad consequences for my actions. Started putting myself in really unsafe situations where things happened to me that were out of my control. And I just thought that I deserved them because I was unlovable and I was high, right? I was high, so it's okay. It's okay that it happened because I put myself in unsafe situations and all that shit. So anyways, like I said, I started having pretty severe consequences at a pretty young age. And for me, so that was kind of what it was like. I'm not going to go deep into my youth history because really it's not important. I just know that, using for me was both joy and pain, lots of joy and lots of pain until it stopped working. And so for me, what had happened was I had children. And I couldn't stop using. And because I couldn't stop using, I couldn't not sell drugs. You know what I mean? I mean, like, duh, like if I'm going to feed this addiction, I'm going to have to feed it with something. And I certainly can't get a job because there's no way I'm going to give a negative drug screen. Like that's not possible for me. And God forbid I stop using. Like that, the thought never really crossed my mind. I mean, I'm sure it did, but like, please, that's just not going to work for me. Or at least it wasn't, I mean. So, like I said, I had a child and kept dealing. And so I had some criminal consequences for that and ended up getting to go to a treatment center. And for me, the great thing about that treatment center was being heard for the first time and being believed regarding my trauma, but also being introduced to the fact that there were other people in rooms in the basement of churches and other facilities or whatever that were just like me. You know what I mean? Like people who didn't like the way they lived, but had no other way out other than a group of people just like them. And for me, the rooms of Narcotics Anonymous were home. I felt safe. I felt secure. I wasn't bullied. I didn't suffer at the hands of, older men or women who were trying to take advantage of me. I was home. And I remember just feeling like a big release of fear, a big release of like emotional distress that I'd been living with for so long. And I just remember being like, grateful and scared to death at the same time. You know, and anyway, so, you know, I did a lot of work in treatment, and of course I graduated, and continuing to build those relationships, I continued to build those relationships in the recovery community. But to be honest with you, that first time through treatment in the program, I feel like, looking back now, I was able to stay clean on ego, right? Like, I'm not going to fuck up my life like everybody else did. Excuse my cursing. I don't know how you guys feel about that. But I curse like a lot. So anyways, I knew like people that I had always been around, my family members, you know, nobody trusted that I was going to stay clean. Because, you know, why would they? Like, I'd never given them any indication that I was going to, you know? So like I said, I stayed clean purely on ego. Another thing that I learned in, you know, around, was that people who come from where I come from, they don't stop using, you know what I mean? Like, they die from the horrors of addiction, and, you know, their children grow up in the same way, and their children end up being just like them, and all that stuff. And that was another thing I wasn't going to let happen to me. You know, I wasn't going to let that shit happen to my children. You know, and because I had so much ego, and I had been edging my higher power out of my life slowly but surely, and because, you know, I quit coming to meetings, and I felt like I belonged in those trap houses. I felt like I belonged, you know, at my mom's house, at my mom's house getting high, rather than, you know, in a meeting where people were talking about being loved and supported, and all these things that I still knew I didn't deserve, you know? And so anyways, I went back out. I don't know if you guys picked up on that idea, but that's what happened, right? And, you know, I was miserable, man. You know, all those things that people say, like, we'll refund your misery at the door if you don't like, you know, recovery, and, you know, you got to go to meetings or you're going to get high, and all that shit. Like, that became true for me, you know? And of course that really upset me because of how big my ego and my inferiority complex is. But anyway, yeah, so I went back out, and, you know, I always start with this one drug, this one socially acceptable, available on every corner, at every fucking gas station drug. And, you know, how I know that I'm absolutely powerless over my disease is because I can never stop at one drug or one drink. I am that person that every single time a substance touches my lips, I can't stop. And it's the same with cake. You know what I mean? Like, it's the same with sugar. Like, that's just who I am, man. I can't even smoke cigarettes or use nicotine like a normal fucking person. I don't know what, I mean, I do know I have this disease, and it's really bad. It's really bad in my brain, you know? But anyway, so, you know, obviously my use continued, and it got worse. And before you know it, I'm using, you know, my drug of choice, and then everybody else's drug of choice. And then, you know, I'm back to that space where I'm making my life miserable, and my children are fucking missing out on their mom, and I'm forgetting them at the bus stop, and I'm, you know, they're making their own breakfast and lunch and dinner, and I'm hiding out in the bedroom, and, you know, and I can't stop using long enough to really make any kind of sense of my life, you know. I lied to of course we had like the school social worker and DHS knocking at our door, and, you know, I don't know what they call it there, but it's Department of Human Services here in Iowa. But, you know, and I wasn't going to stop. Like, those people don't know me. They don't know that I'm capable of being a good mom, even though I'm wrecked. They don't know that, you know, my children are doing just fine, and I clothe them, and I make sure they have food in the house that they cook by themselves at, you know, 5 and 3, or I think it was actually like, I think they were 7 and 5. But either way, they're fucking young ass kids, and they're taking care of their emotional, physical, social, spiritual needs, because I was empty and I just couldn't. I just didn't. You know, I mean, I suppose I could have if I'd have been clean, but you guys know what I mean, I think. So anyways, you know, thank God I got pregnant again and I couldn't stop using. And I don't say that, thank God I'm grateful that I harmed my child by any means. That's not fucking okay. But I did it. And it was the second time I'd been in that same situation, right? Like I was using, I couldn't stop using no matter how bad I wanted to, and how depressed and shamed I felt, and how much I hated myself for the harm I was causing this tiny innocent person. But like I said, I just couldn't stop, you know? Anyway, thank God for the Department of Human Services and the criminal justice system, because, you know, I had a domestic violence situation at my home, and there was lots and lots of drugs in my significant other's pockets. And, you know, he got arrested, and the cops searched my purse and my home and found, you know, just a ridiculous amount of crap, you know what I mean? And thank God for that person. Like, he took all my charges, and they called DHS on me, you know? And I was given the opportunity to save my children's lives and to change mine. I say opportunity because there's some people out there who don't get that opportunity, you know? There are children out there that you lose their parents and end up in the foster care system. And I'm not judging anybody, like, by any means. Shit happens, and this disease of addiction is fucking cunning and fucking miserable and, you know, incurable. And it just gets so bad, you know, progressive. And anyway, so I was given the opportunity to, you know, try to get clean at home. And I remembered that meetings had worked for me. I wasn't as miserable when I was trying to go to meetings and not using as I was sitting there in my fucking house without my children, without my man, no money, no drugs, nobody to give me drugs because I was pregnant. You know what I mean? Like, I just had like this emptiness inside me, you know? And not only because I wasn't high, but because, you know, my tiny humans were taken from me. And, you know, I had been fucking up their lives enough to where I knew that that was a good thing. So anyways, you know, eventually I end up having to move into a treatment center, a long-term like place where my children can come live with me, because I'm not that kind of addict that can like get clean and stay clean on the streets. Like, I'm not. I know there are people out there that can do that, and kudos to them, and they're fucking amazing. I'm not. I'm just not. Plus, also, I didn't have any money, and I couldn't stop selling drugs because, you know, God forbid you get a job and, you know, do like what normal people do. That's just not in the cards for me, you know, at that point. So anyways, I'm at this place, and once again, by the time I moved in there, I had already had a sponsor because I knew I couldn't stop using. I'd already had a seat in recovery rooms because I knew I couldn't stop using, and I knew that I'd seen other people live this life of recovery, and not be miserable and not hate themselves as much as I did. So anyway, so I was able to have that opportunity because it had worked for me in the past, and I'd seen the hope in others, and, you know, quite frankly, that's what brings me back to the meetings, is that hope that I saw in others. So anyway, that's kind of what happened, how I found the rooms again. And for me, like I said, NA become my home. I don't have family that's clean. I have some people some of them have changed quite a bit about their lives, right? Like, we don't sell drugs as a family together, which is cool. You know, we don't sit around at the Christmas table and get high, or none of that. Like, we're not hiding out from the children in our bedrooms, doing any of that kind of shit. And that's cool, right? That's super cool. Like, I'm so grateful that my family was willing and able to do that with me. Even though they don't live a lifestyle of recovery. I'm just grateful to have them, period. Anyways, so, you know, I found a sponsor that I connected with more and continue to go to meetings. And what I can share with you is that here I did end up having to, not having to, but, you know, because the treatment center I was at transported to other fellowships, I ended up dipping into whatever I could find, man. And I know that this is an NA meeting and that we're sharing NA stuff, but the truth is, for me, is here in Iowa, we have like 2 NA meetings a day, some of the times, obviously not during COVID, not during this pandemic crap. But anyway, so I was hitting 3 and 4 meetings a day at some points. Like Friday and Saturday, those were my hard days because, you know, Fridays I would get loaded, and Saturdays and Sundays I sold drugs all weekend. So I didn't know what to do with myself when I was clean, man. And so I ran to meetings. And they saved my life, man. And they saved my children's life. That my kids are in recovery too, you know, and they're bigger kids, and they know that this opportunity is there for them. So anyways, you know, I stuck and I stayed, and I had a sponsor go out, and that was okay. You know, I started going to school and kind of trying to live this program to the best of my ability while still being really afraid of the fact that people would find out how big of a piece of shit I was, or really afraid that, you know, the truth is like that I don't deserve to have a higher power and I don't deserve to be clean. Those are the things that I knew about myself still, you know. So anyways, I continued to stay in meetings and found another sponsor and got to work some steps. And at first, when I got that sponsor, I was like, oh no, I've worked the steps. Like, I don't think we need to do all that. Things will be fine, you know, that kind of shit. And eventually, the person that I had gotten back with ended up using, and so did I, you know, because I thought that I needed to be with him, and nobody would love me like that, you know. Nobody would. I didn't deserve it, so nobody would, you know. Anyway, so I used again, and of course
it was like, oh, we're working some steps again, you know. You're gonna get busy, or you're probably gonna get high and stay high. And
I got loaded, but I didn't leave my home group. I came back and I admitted that I got high and that I wanted to get high because I wanted this relationship to work, and that I wanted to get high because, you know, I didn't see any other way. And I don't know, the truth is that was my disease, right? It was telling me that I only deserved to get loaded, and that was the lifestyle I should be living, you know, because it was so good to get up and go to work in the morning, and it was so great and calm and peaceful, and I just wasn't used to that, you know. I just wasn't. So anyways, I of course, getting high proved to me yet again that I'm powerless, and that, you know, the only person who can help me, or the only thing that can help me stay sane, is my higher power. And the truth is, for me, is yes, that is absolutely true, right? Like the second step is absolutely true. However, not only do I need my higher power, I need therapy, I need psychiatric help, I need meetings, lots of meetings. I need other addicts, especially women, because I'm a woman, right? I need other addicts to show me how to live and to give me advice on how they made it through some shit that I don't think I can make it through, because, oh, woe is me. And I need steps, man. I need the steps and the traditions of this program, because if I don't work those steps and traditions and change my heart, and move the stuff that I know from my head to my heart, I'm not going to be able to stay clean. And I knew that. And anyway, so I get busy with the steps again. And I really had a lot of spiritual awakenings. And that sponsor, man, so she lived a different life than I did. She doesn't have kids. And she'd never had some of the, shitty experiences I did with, you know, using while pregnant, and some of those terribly shameful events that I lived through and put my children through. So, you know, she had a lot of like, well, I don't think you should live like that, or maybe you should try this. Have you used this word instead of that word? And I mean, God, she used to piss me off, you know? And she didn't force me to change. She allowed me, she gave me the opportunity to have a new thought process about a lot of stuff, because she had worked the steps and she'd been clean like way longer than me, you know? And she had gotten honest with herself and with people in the program. So I listened, you know what I mean? I listened and I practiced new shit, and I didn't give up. I didn't give up. I knew that my life wasn't done at that point, and I knew that I could live through the loss of this relationship, and that I was loved in the Narcotics Anonymous program, and that was going to have to be enough for me. I knew that, and so I continued to work on stuff and continued to grow. And my children continue to go to meetings with me. I jumped in service. I jumped in service kind of feet first. I've always loved to do H&I. It's one of my favorite things. One of the women who brought me an NA meeting into the jail that I sat at the first time I got in trouble is still clean and in the rooms of Narcotics Anonymous. And I told her several times how she saved my life at that point, you know. She shared to me that on Friday night she was in a meeting because normally she'd be out using, and so meetings help her stay clean. And that was true. You know what I mean? Like, she wasn't lying about that shit. Like, she really did what she said she was gonna do, man. And that's fucking cool, because there weren't a lot of people out there that did that in my life, you know. So anyways, I continued to work the steps, and I continued to grow, and my children continued to grow. I had the opportunity to get to be with them and raise them, because the rooms of Narcotics Anonymous taught me how to change my life and taught me how to be a better woman and a better mother. They taught me how to open my heart to joy without using. So for me, like I said, the steps have been earth-shattering, and they have really awakened my heart and my even my body and my life to spiritual experiences, like the birds chirping that I hated when I was high, like the opportunity to hear my children laugh and from joy and play with each other, and just be in my presence without me like screaming because they were being too loud, or without me being hungover, or without me, you know, my body crawling out of my skin because I didn't have anything to get loaded on, you know. And so those are the things that, those heartwarming feelings, you know, obviously that I don't feel every day, I'm not gonna lie, but even getting the small opportunities to have those feelings was a huge awakening for me. And for me, I've been able to stay around this time for 4 years. Next year, it will be the longest amount of clean time I've ever had. I do have my children in my home with me. In my home, Narcotics Anonymous taught me how to buy a house all by myself. I'm a self-supporting woman who has an amazing job that a dream job, who bought a home and who gets to have her children in her life. And I did that because the rooms of Narcotics Anonymous taught me how to practice those spiritual principles of honesty, of, paying my bills. I don't even know what you would call that. Self-supporting, I guess. The rooms of Narcotics Anonymous taught me how to, practice that patience with myself and with my children. The rooms of Narcotics Anonymous offered me hope. And I don't know about you guys, but like, I am any addict, I earned my fucking seat in the rooms, with all of with everything about me, you know what I mean? Like, I gave up my children, I gave up my self-worth, I gave up my dignity, I gave up my relationships with healthy people. I did that shit because I needed to get loaded just one more time, And I don't have to do that shit anymore. You know what I mean? Like the joy I have in my heart from getting to love people, not just myself, not just my children, but the women in Narcotics Anonymous who saved my fucking life. You know what I mean? That joy that I knew I didn't deserve for so long carried me through this program. I did have the opportunity to work most of the traditions over the last couple years and apply them to my life, man. And this program just, I mean, it has opened up so many internal doors that I had slammed shut and locked, where there are amazing opportunities on the other side. Not like money opportunities, but like heartfelt, emotional, spiritual opportunities to grow. And for me, man, that is an amazing fucking thing. You know, the rooms still feel like home. It doesn't really matter what room I'm in. It doesn't really matter if I know any of the addicts in there. I still walk in and I'm like, yeah, man, these are my people. You know what I mean? I know for me, and I've shared this two or three times already, I am absolutely powerless over my disease. I know it every single time that I eat sugar. I know it every single time that I see somebody using on TV and it gets me going. I know every single time that I see that addict on the street that I just wish they were clean, man. But I'm also craving that use, you know? I'm craving being that wrecked. And I know right there that I still have a lot of work to do, but I'm right where I need to be, you know? I don't know if I've talked too long, but, you know, the truth is that there's hope. There's hope for a junkie like me. And so there's hope for you, you know, there's hope for every single one of us if we want it to be. And I know, like I said, the seat I earn in the rooms of Narcotics Anonymous is mine. Nobody's going to fucking take it away from me ever, except me if I fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to lie there. There's always a yet, maybe, you know. And I know that if it wasn't for the program in Narcotics Anonymous, I wouldn't be able to feel anything today. You know what I mean? Like, I was so empty for so long, even without being loaded, that I didn't know that these feelings existed, man. You know, and for the longest time, I didn't know that there were people out there who didn't want to use. And so I'm grateful for that opportunity too. You know, I could keep going on and on and on about how Narcotics Anonymous saved my life. And Jody G was an instrumental piece of that. And there are some other women, like there's another woman, Jennifer S., who's going to speak later. She continues to save my life, you know, and continues to teach me how to be the woman that I want to be. And I know that had I not been introduced to this program, and you guys didn't make me feel so welcomed and so secure, that I wouldn't have these opportunities, you know. Yeah, man. I don't know what else to say. I can tell you that, like I said, I have a fuck ton of hope today, and that I'm not leaving anytime soon. With that, I'll pass.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Let's go ahead and get everybody unmuted. Let's hear it for Carla.
Thanks, Carla.
Thanks, Carla.
Thanks, Carla.
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 Rock.
Thank you, Carla.
Awesome.
Good job, Carla.
Thanks, Carla.
Right on.
All right. Again, thank you so much, Carla. Great message of experience, strength, and hope right there. All right. Well, we are officially up to our first band of the day, which is Flashback. Again, I want to preface this by again saying that this virtual platform is very interesting for sharing very large video files. With that being said, there's only so much upload ability that my internet will do. So if anybody watching this is having issues with the internet, all of these videos for each one of the bands have been loaded to YouTube, and I will be putting the link into chat. So if it's getting too choppy and you're not able to watch it on Zoom, please just go and check it out on YouTube directly. And I'm literally going to be putting that into chat right here. And with that being said, let's now get the first band queued up. And this is going to be Flashback. Hold on 1 second here.
Matthew, while you're doing that, I'm gonna show off the shirts
Please
again.
do. Yes, please do.
I've had some messages in chat. Unfortunately, you guys, we only have women's tanks. Like, we don't have men's tank tops. So this is what the women's tanks look like. And I'm on my laptop, so I'm sorry. It's not like the best. And then here are the men's or t-shirts. It doesn't matter if they're men or women. And Matthew can put, there's a message in the chat with all that info as well.
Yeah, and I'll be putting that up as well. After this first set, I'll be posting all of that information. So thank you very much for that, Holly. And we are officially ready to go. So let me, sorry, I got to minimize some things here, close some things. Stop that. All right, let's get started.
Nobody loved me but my mother. And she could be jiving too. Nobody loved me but my mother. And she could be jiving too. You see why I act so funny, baby, when you do those crazy things that you do. Nobody loved me but my mother. And she could be jiving me too. Nobody loves me but my mother. And she could be jiving me too. You never know. Now you see why I act so funny, and when you do those crazy things. Mustang Sally. Better run the yo, Mustang down. Mustang Sally. Better run the yo, Mustang down. You've been riding all over town. Oh, you gonna put your big fat feet on the ground. I bought you a brand new Mustang, 1965. And I got around a sanctified woman. You won't take me for a ride, Mustang Sally. Better let me slow you, Mustang down. You've been riding all over town. Oh, you gonna put your big fat feet on the ground. Now all you won't do is ride around Sally. Ride, Sally, ride. All you want is ride around Sally. Ride, Sally, ride. Oh, now all you won't do is ride around Sally. Ride, Sally, ride. All you wanna do is ride around Sally. Ride, Sally, ride. One of these early mornings. Oh, you gonna be wiping those weeping eyes. Well, all you won't do is ride around Sally. Ride, Sally, ride. All you won't do is ride around Sally. Ride, Sally, ride. Well, now all you won't do is ride around Sally. Ride, Sally, ride. All you wanna do is ride around Sally. Ride, Sally, ride. Well, now one of these early mornings. Oh, you gonna be wiping those women eyes. Mustang Sally. Got a gal, she lives on the hill. She won't do it, but her sister will. When she boogie, she do the tube stick boogie. Well, now boogie, little baby, I'll boogie woogie all night long. Sister will when she boogie. She do the two-step boogie. Well, now boogie, little baby, I'll boogie woogie all night long. Blow your top, blow your top.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that was wonderful. You guys are great. Yes, you guys rock.
They say everything can be replaced. Every distance in our near. But I remember every face of every man who put me see my reflection somewhere up high above it all. I see my life come shining from the west climb through the east. Any day now, any day now, I shall be released. In a lonely crowd, a man who's sweating not to blame. All day long I hear him shouting, hey man, I'm afraid. I see my life come shining from the west flying through the east. Any day baby, you're my cup of tea. My, loving what you do to me. You got a motor like a brand new car. I started up for me. The way you move, something in your sexy ways. Yes, 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 gonna love you all my days. You got a motor like a brand new car. Start it up for me. Start it up, start it up. You make me feel like dancing. Start it up, start it up. You make me feel like romantic. You got a motor like a brand new car. Start it up for me. The way you move, but you find that too machine. Yeah, such a solid groove. Loving what you do to me. You got a motor like a brand new car. Start it up for me. Come on, Michael. such a family to machine. Yeah, such a solid groove. Loving what you do to me. You got a motor like a brand new car. Start it up for me. Start it up, start it up. You made me feel like dancing. Start it up, start it up. You made me feel like romancing. You got a motor like a brand new car. Start it up for me. I was alright, life was okay. I partied like a rock star every night and day. Then one day it hit me like a metric ton of bricks. My life was now in shambles. I was feeling awful sick from the addiction. Yeah, the addiction. If it ain't one thing, it's another. Now I'm trying to recover from the addiction. Had to get clean, no other way. I'll do anything you tell me, man. Just please don't make me pray. You know it wasn't easy, yeah, but I put up a fight. I finally see the tunnel at the end of the night. It's the addiction. Yeah, the addiction. If it ain't one thing, it's another. Now I'm trying to recover from the addiction. Was alright, life was okay. You know I went to meetings almost every night and day. I didn't use, no matter what. Still that damn addiction wants to bite me in the butt. It's the addiction. Yeah, the addiction. If it ain't one thing, it's another. Now I'm trying to recover from the addiction. If it ain't one thing, it's another. Now I'm trying to recover. If it ain't one thing, it's another. Now I'm dying to recover. If it ain't one thing, it's another. Now I'm trying to recover from the addiction.
Don't bother knocking. The house is rocking. Don't bother knocking. The house is rocking. Don't bother, come on in. Kick up your shoes, start losing the blues. This ain't house, ain't got nothing to lose. Seen it all for years. Start spreading the news. We got room on the floor. Oh, come on, baby, shake something loose. If the house is rocking, don't bother knocking. If the house is rocking, don't bother knocking. If the house is rocking, don't bother, come on in. up the street, you can hear the sound of some bad honky turning down. Gone for years, got nothing to lose. Just get out on the floor, shimmy, something loose. If the house is a rockin', don't bother knocking. If the house is a rockin', don't bother knocking. If the house is a rockin', don't bother, come on in. If the house is a rockin', don't bother, come on in. If the house is a rockin', don't bother, come on.
Way back yonder in the days of old, the band was working but not selling a dope. Then came a woman, looked real cool. She said to myself that that's my fool. We're gonna ball tonight. We're gonna ball tonight. We're gonna ball tonight. We're gonna ball tonight. Well, I can't break the rule. Every man's an old fool. Met a girl on the avenue. I was shy and she was cool, like the teacher, a student in school. She looked at me and said, yo, my fool, we gonna ball tonight. We're gonna ball tonight. We're gonna ball tonight. We're gonna ball tonight. Well, I can't break the rule. Every man's a former fool. A student in school looked at me and said, you're my fool, we gonna ball tonight. We gonna ball tonight. Well, I can't make the rule. Every man's a fool. We gonna ball tonight. 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 Well, I can't break the rule. Every man's a woman fool. still hot smoking gun. Yeah, still hot smoking gun. They're taking it, still hot smoking gun. Yeah, they're taking it, still hot smoking gun. They knock me down, taking it. Oh yeah. Still hot smoking gun. I came in last night about 10:30. Baby of mine wouldn't let me in. Moving on over, rocking on over. Move over, little dog, big old dog moving in. She told me not to mess around, but I done let the deal go down. So moving on over, yeah, rock it on over. Move over, little dog, big old dog is moving in. Yeah, she changed the lock on my back door. Now my key don't fit no more. So move it on over. Yeah, rock it on over. Move over, little dog. Hot dog is moving in. She threw me out just as pretty as you please. Pretty soon I'll be scratching fleas. So moving on over, yeah, rock it on over. Move over, little dog, big old dog is moving in. Listen to me, dog, before you start to whine. That side yours and this side mine. So moving on over, yeah, rock it on over. Move over, little dog. That dog is moving in. dog is moving in. I said, bring me back to sweet old Chicago. Somebody loan me a dime. I need to call my own used to be. Somebody loan me a dime. I need to call be. Well, baby's been gone so long. You know what it's bothering me. You know she's a good little girl, but at the time I didn't understand. You know she's a good little girl, but at the time I just didn't understand. Little girl's been gone so long. I need a helping hand. like a baby. I cry like a baby all night long. I cried. I cried like a baby all night long. Somebody bring me my baby. I need my baby home.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that amazing set flashback. Let me do little technical things here. Before we continue, we're going to have another word from our chair, Miss Holly S. Take it away.
Thank you, Matthew. So you guys, it's so awesome to see everybody here and to see everybody jamming out, and the fact that it's international. Like, we have people from everywhere on here. That's freaking awesome. The one thing I am going to ask, if you guys are using Venmo to order the shirts, please be very specific on the size and a way for us to contact you if we need to ship them out of state for you. That's getting a little bit confusing. So if you can just do that, that'd be awesome. That's it, Matthew.
Okay, thank you, Holly. I was just responding to chat. I apologize, anybody who wrote me during the musical set. I have absolutely no way of seeing anything since my computer is what's screen sharing everything, so I can't move the mouse or do anything at all. So I apologize for that. But again, hopefully you guys really enjoyed our first band there, Flashback. And again, want to give a big shout out to Carla for absolutely carrying a great message with that first share. Next up, we are running a little bit ahead of schedule, but I just spoke with Bill, who is going to be our next speaker, and he is ready to go. So I believe we are going to go ahead and start. We're going right into Bill here. So we're going to start, like I said, we're a little bit early, but you know, we added a little extra time in there to pad in case we had some technical issues, and knock on wood, thus far we are not. So here's to hoping. So next up, our 12 p.m. speaker is coming all the way from South Florida. We've got Bill V. So let's go ahead and get you unmuted here, Bill.
All right. Hey, everyone. My name's Bill. I'm an addict.
Hey, Bill.
And I want to thank the committee first and foremost for all your hard work and dedication for this event. You know, it's hard enough putting on any event, but then when you got to do it in the Zoom platform, you know, I'm sure that adds a little extra to the work involved. You know, so I think you guys are doing a great job, and you know, it's truly an honor to be asked to share in any Narcotics Anonymous meeting, to be able to share my experience, strength, and hope, and you know, most importantly, to thank the higher power that I'm alive and breathing and able to do this. You know, because you know, as most of you know, the way we were living our lives, you know, we're all blessed to be alive today, because there's many others that didn't quite make it to the rooms, you know, and there's many others that made it here and didn't buy in all the way and chose to go out and use that one more, and you know, and that was the last one they got to use. You know, and I've buried quite a few friends in this program. You know, it hasn't been the easiest road, but I can tell you, you know, through my little over 10 years clean, you know, it's been the best road I've ever been on in my entire life, you know, and for that, my gratitude just, it flows through me. You know, I'm in love with my life. I'm in love with Narcotics Anonymous. You know, I'm in love with people in my life, you know, and when I got here, it wasn't like that. I wasn't able to love, you know, and I remember when I first got clean, I ended up, you know, like many of us, you know, my vehicle to Narcotics Anonymous was through the Department of Corrections. You know, I served a few prison sentences, and you know, I was on my way to prison for the third time. You know, when I was broken, and I finally want to say I hit the bottom, that was sufficient enough for me to stop digging. You know, and I was sitting in an abandoned house in 2010, and you know, I had just went out and robbed somebody. That was my vehicle to get more. I'm a thief. you know, a liar, con, but most of all, I'm a thief, you know, and I'll take anything I can get my hands on it, and I'll sell you a pair of shoes with holes in them, you know. I'm pretty good at the hustle to get one more, you know, and it was a sad, miserable existence. And I can tell you, like, through my process of digging, you know, I hit many different bottoms, you know, being in prison multiple times, those are bottoms. You know, being homeless is a bottom, living in abandoned houses, those are bottoms. But the bottom I hit in the end was the emptiness inside, you know, like that I didn't want to go on living this way anymore. The emotional pain, the despair. You know, I only had one family member that was even really in my life at this time, and you know, that was my mom, and I caused this woman so much harm and so much pain, you know, and took so many nights of sleep from her, you know, and you know, I'm the cause of all her gray hairs, and you know, and she had a lot of health issues, and I'm not gonna say I made her kidneys failure happen, but because of her health issues and the stress I put on top of it, I'm sure it escalated all of her health problems, you know, and that's something I have to live with, you know, and you know, I'm grateful that, you know, I got clean and got to do a lot for her, you know, that's the blessing. But, you know, in the end, I was like, what a piece of shit, you know, what a scumbag I am. The whole world would be better off without me. You know, the one person who loved me through it all is the person I hurt the most. You know, what was the point of me even being here anymore? And, you know, it's funny because when I was broken and in that abandoned house, I had no problem praying to God. You know, I was like, God, man, I just, you know, I could tell you my specific prayer I had, and I get caught up in the monotony of prayer every day, and I start saying that repetitious prayer all the time. But when I pray wholeheartedly and with a true spirit, you know, I always get a connection, you know. And when I was in that abandoned house, you know, I was praying like, God, please help me get arrested. Help me get in front of a judge where I can ask for help, because, you know, I knew about Narcotics Anonymous. I knew about treatment. I just needed some way to get here, you know, and my prayer was very, very, very specific that I get a charge that's not going to send me to prison again. You know, something that was petty enough just to get me some clear-headedness that I can follow the path, you know. And I was arrested on some petty charges, and you know, and I sat in the jail, and, you know, out of all the times I sat in jail, this is the first time I sat in jail and I couldn't come up with a plan. You know, all my other times in jail, I'd always come up with some grandiose idea. Oh, I'm going to do this when I get out. I'm going to start this business. Oh, I'm going to do something different every time. And I always went out with that good intentions, and I always ended up back in the abandoned house smoking dope, man. You know, no matter what I had in my heart to go do, I always ended up back in that same spot. And you know, so I know I needed to do some work, man. And, you know, just being abstinent wasn't going to do it. You know, there's a saying that, I read a lot of sayings. I get a lot of sayings with my sponsor that he incorporates into my life. But one of the best ones is the road to hell was paved with good intentions. So I had good intentions. I had a good heart. I just never followed through with the things I had. And you know, and it's good to see that now and see it in early recovery, because when I got here and I finally started doing some work, I thought I was like this piece of crap. I thought I was worthless and all that. And, you know, through doing some work, I found out that I wasn't worthless. You know, I had a good heart. I just had so much pain and anger inside that I had to deal with first, that I can get to the purity of myself, you know. And, you know, I remember sitting in that treatment center, and, you know, I'll go back a little bit. You know, I raised my hand in a courtroom. That's all part of my surrender. You know, the cops kicked in the house, the abandoned house. I didn't run. You know, I sat there. I was ready, you know, and I sat there. I went to jail. I couldn't come up with a plan. You know, I went in front of the judge. They were going to release me on 2 years drug offender probation. I don't know where they were going to release me to, because all I had was the abandoned house that they just kicked me out of. But, you know, and I shot my hand up, and the judge was like, what would you like to say? And I said, Your Honor, I need help. And she looked at my record, and she couldn't believe I've never been offered help before, you know. And I want to say a quick thanks to all the people who came through the courts before me for showing the judges and those people that these programs work, that these 12-step fellowships actually do change and save lives. Because if they didn't have that hope and belief in this system, she might not have given me this chance. So somebody paved the way for me, and I'm grateful for that, you know. And she looked at me and she says, you know, I can see your record, all burglaries and grand thefts and drug possession and paraphernalia and fleeing. Every charge I've ever been arrested on has something to do with ways and means to get more. And she looked at me and she says, yeah, I think you could use some help. And she goes, I'm going to send you to a treatment facility, you know. And, you know, I know NA doesn't endorse treatments, the cliche everybody says, but you know what? Thank God for treatment centers, you know, and thank God for those people who find their calling to go into those treatment centers and teach people about the 12-step fellowships, you know, because I went to a place where all the staff members were members of Narcotics Anonymous. My counselor, who's now my grant sponsor, just celebrated 35 years last month. My sponsor went through that program. He's got 21 years clean. You know, I come from a strong sponsee family that all went through that fellowship and bought into the program of Narcotics Anonymous because, you know, that place made NA seem like an attractive place for us. You know, when I saw people that live worse off than me change and they had these positive and happy lifestyles, you know, I started to get some hope and started to believe that I can do it too. You know, like there was light at the end of the tunnel. You know, so you know, she sent us me to the treatment center, and you know, and I was still on the lam in that treatment center. You know, I'm not 100% sure about buying into this, but I didn't want to go back to the abandoned house anymore. You know, I didn't want to go back to the ways and means to get one more. I was tired of that lifestyle, but there was so much fear and anxiety about going down this path because I didn't know what to expect. And I think it says it in one of our Just for Today readings. It talks about that it's the fear of the unknown. We'd rather go back to the uncomfortableness of active addiction because we're used to it. You know, we know what we're gonna get, and we don't like change. You know, we're unaccustomed to it. You know, but what I found out in recovery is every time I've gone through some change, it's always been a blessing. But I had to go through that first one at the beginning, and I was so scared. You know, and I remember being in that treatment center, and we'd go to meetings, and I was buying into the NA thing. I was excited, but I hadn't done any step work yet, and you know, and I'm still trying to fill that void inside, you know. And I remember I'd go to the Bridge Group of Miami is the oldest NA meeting. It's 45 years they've been going on. They were the bridge from AA to NA, and you know, and I remember going there and being excited about my recovery, and then leaving there on the way back to the facility and going to pick up prostitutes. You know, I remember there was a guy who gave a few of us a job in that treatment center, and he would pick us up on the weekends, and he would take us out to detail cars, and he wouldn't even take any money. He let us have all the money, and I started stealing out of his customers' cars, and I'm not on drugs anymore. You know, I'm trying to fill a void, you know, and I'm doing the things that I had been doing for so many years because that's what I knew. And you know, and after both of those incidences, you know, I remember going back to the treatment center, and I did those things multiple times, but those are just 2 incidences. I would go back to that treatment center, and I would feel so bad about myself because I'm not able to numb the pain anymore. You know, when I was using, I can go steal all day long because I'm going to go use and I'm going to numb the feelings of shame and guilt and, you know, degradation. You know, I wasn't brought up to be that. So when I did those things, I felt bad, and I was used to succumb those feelings. So now I'm in a treatment center, and I don't have a substance, and I'm going in there and I'm feeling the feelings of these things. And what I was learning through this process is that those are the things I use over. You know, when I do things that are shameful to myself, I'm living in shame. You know, I come from a place where I was abused as a young kid. So I lived my whole life with some kind of shame or another. And, you know, that might have been what brought me to drugs in the first place. But 20 years in active addiction, that I'm not using because of what happened to me anymore. I'm using because of what I'm doing. You know, and I had to grow up and I had to become accountable, you know. So, you know, I remember going back and I'd feel like crap in that treatment center. Like, damn, man, I did this. The guy's so good to me. And here I am stealing out of his customers' cars, you know. And you know, and I got honest about it, and I shared with someone about this stuff, and I started finding some freedom, man, because you know, I mean, I'm a secretive person in active addiction. I don't want no one to know what's going on, you know. And one of my favorite sayings that I think I come up with, you know, I think I'm some kind of original person here, but somebody's probably said it before me. But you know, they got that saying that we have these secrets we think we're taking to the grave, and what I found out a different perspective of looking at it is it was those same secrets that were taking me to the grave. You know, and they were eating me alive from the inside out. You know, every time I ended up in these rooms, you know, there was only so much I was willing to share. You know, there was parts of me that nobody was ever gonna know, and that was the stuff that was eating me alive. You know, and you know, so, you know, in that treatment center, you know, like I said, we were picking up prostitutes, and you know, one night I stayed in, and my partner from the treatment center, we were running part. We went to all our meetings together, we worked together, and then we did these things we shouldn't be doing together. But he went out one night by himself, and he never made it back to the treatment center. And that was, I think, the final scaring part of my recovery that pushed me into the rooms. And I went up and I asked my counselor, I said, what do I got to do to stay clean? And I believe that was the final part of my surrender into this fellowship. And, you know, and he looked at me and he said, I want you to go downstairs to the H&I meeting, and I want you to start listening for somebody to be your sponsor. And, you know, the miracle happened when I asked for help. You know, like when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. You know, so when I was ready and I asked for that help, I went down to the H&I meeting that night, and the guy who I heard share, I didn't relate to his story, man. He's a Vietnam vet. He's from Cuba. I'm from Miami. You know, he's Spanish. I'm American. He's been in Vietnam. The only war I was ever on and was with the war on drugs. You know, and but you know, I didn't relate to his story at all. But when he started talking about recovery, you can feel the energy in that room. You could feel the passion and excitement for it, and it was such an attraction to me, man. It was the first time I had really been like, I felt that calling for this program, and I knew I needed that in my life. And I had been to many meetings by this time, and I had heard many people say, find a sponsor you trust. Well, I don't think we trust anybody when we get here because we haven't done any work yet. You know, I came in here and I didn't trust anybody, so it was hard. How do you find somebody you trust if you don't know how to live with trust? You know, but you know, when I heard people say, find somebody that has something you want, that I can grasp. And I wanted this passion in my life. I needed it. And I went up to him in that meeting and I asked him, hey, will you be my sponsor? And he said, well, when do you get out of treatment? And I was getting out the next Wednesday, and he gave me his phone number, and he said, call me every day when you get out. And I want to tell you this little story because, you know, a lot of people need to hear stuff like this so we don't get dejected. So I got out of treatment a week later. I went to go get a coffee in the morning like I used to do every day. In Miami, we have coladas, the little Cuban coffees. And you know, and I went to go get my little shot of coffee, and you know, I said, let me try calling this guy. You know, and I call, it rings a few times and it goes to voicemail. And you know, and I say, hey man, this is Bill, man. You told me to call you when I got out of treatment. I'm just giving you a call. I just got out yesterday. I'm ready to get started on this journey. You know, I didn't really know what to expect. And I leave my number, and you know, I go about my business, and I go to my meeting that night because I had a meeting schedule set up when I left treatment. I was used to going to meetings every night. And you know, he never called back. And then the next day, on Thursday, I went back to go get my coffee in the morning the same way. And I don't know what made me do it, but I called again that second day. And, you know, the same thing happened. And it went to voicemail. And I'm pretty sure I was probably getting a little angry because I was always angry back then. And I was like, why don't this guy answer the phone, man? I'm starting to think these people are full of shit. You know, and I don't know why, man. I went about my business that day. I went to a meeting. And then that Friday morning, I went back to the same place, same routine, man, because it's good to have a good routine. You know, I learned that in treatment. Keep the routine, go A to B, A to B, A to B. You know, and I went to get my coffee, and I don't know what on earth made me call back this third day. But when I picked up the phone and called, he picked up on the first ring, and he said, hey, Bill, how you doing, man? Meet me at the Bridge Group tonight, and I'll give you your first assignment. Now, what I learned in that process, man, is that's the beginning. We have to chase our recovery like we chase our drugs. I'm sure everybody in here has called a dope dealer, and when that dope dealer didn't answer or get there on time, they were already calling multiple other dope dealers. You know, so we didn't give up off the first one there. You know, and you know, we don't give up on our recovery. We chase that recovery the same way. You know, if we chase it the same way, we're going to get so many positive results in our lives, you know. And so he gave me my first assignment that night, and you know, and I got busy on my steps, and you know, the steps saved my life. You know, I used to hear sayings like the steps can help us through anything life throws our way. I didn't understand it then, but after I stuck around for a while and I've worked the steps numerous times and I've learned how to apply principles in my life, I truly understand what they mean by that today. And now I'm sure I share it in meetings to others, and they're like, what the hell is he talking about? You know, so you got to give it a chance, you know. So anyway, he gave me my first assignment. You know, step one was real easy for me. You know, it took a lot of years to get to the point where it was easy because I knew I was a drug addict. You know, I could tell you from the first time I picked up, I couldn't stop. Everybody went home and I was still using at 13 years old. You know, it didn't matter what I was using, but I kept going. You know, and I'm there the next day when people are starting to show up. I hadn't slept, you know, and I'm still on the vicious cycle. So it started early. And you know, and I'm chasing. I could see that. The part I struggled with in step one was that the unmanageability part, because what I grew up with a mindset like, I got myself into this mess, I can get myself out of this mess. You know what I mean? You don't know how I got here. How are you going to get? And I was just so in denial on that aspect of it. And I finally surrendered and realized, man, I don't know how to get out of this mess. I had dug myself in a hole that I couldn't find the edges of the wall to climb out of it. You know, I was stuck. I was hopeless. I was in despair. And it was at that point that I surrendered that I started finding some kind of hope in this program. You know, so it's step one is usually at the end of our road when we realize we can't do it anymore. You know, we surrender wholeheartedly. I could not fix anything in my life. I couldn't fix finances, relationships. I didn't know how to live life. I couldn't show up and keep a job because, you know, I was still getting fired from jobs in my I got fired 3 times in my first year of recovery, man, because I thought I was better than everybody. I felt less than everybody, but I thought I was better than everybody, you know, and I just, with that mindset, you know, it's a miserable existence, you know, and you know, so it was when I finally got to that point that I opened the door for that hope that we talk about in step 2. And there's so many little acronyms, hold on, pain ends, hearing other people's experience, you know, whatever it is, you know. And my sponsor, he gave me an assignment and he said, I want you to describe some higher powers. And he said, we're not talking about God now, because remember I told you when I was in the abandoned house, it was easy to communicate with God when I was broken, but now I'm in recovery, and for some reason I don't want nothing to do with God anymore. Like, I'm starting that resentment I had been carrying around towards God for a lot of years because I blamed him for my existence. I blamed him for the lifestyle. He didn't pick up the pipe, I did. You know, and here I am. I want to blame everybody. So I hadn't quite got to that yet. But in that second step, man, I started really putting the rooms. I used to go to a lot of step meetings in early recovery, and you know, and I hear people talk about use the rooms as a higher power. You're not more powerful than this whole room. No matter how much of a badass you think you are, if 3 or 4 of these people jump on you, they're gonna get you. You know, and just looking at it in that street mentality is what I needed. You know, and so I put the rooms were a higher. They were definitely a higher power than me. You know, they were doing things that I couldn't even imagine doing. You know, and I've seen some of the rap sheets of some of these guys. You know, and there was a guy that used to go to I go to a lot of meetings with. He's in my sponsor family, and you know, and he's sharing his last run of when he got arrested, his process with the judge, and he's got a judge that comes to NA meetings every year and presents him a medallion. You know, so when I saw that, you know, I was like, wow, bro, that was just out of my realm. You know, I couldn't fathom stuff like that. But when I saw it with my own 2 eyes, that hope started growing even more and more and more. And you know, so I'm grateful for experiences like that, because that's what I needed to stay. You know, and then I moved on to my 3rd step, you know, and we talk about trust and higher power and God and all this stuff. And what I did in that 3rd step, man, I turned my will and my life over to the program of Narcotics Anonymous. If I work these steps the way they're written and I do what you guys suggest, chances are I'll get the results you guys have got. You know, like it says, man, if you want what we have to offer and are willing to make the effort to get it, and you're ready to take certain steps, you know, so something's working here. Maybe I should try it. Maybe I'll get the results if I try.
You got muted there. I'm unmuting you. You're good now. Sorry about that.
No problem. Yeah. So what I was saying, so I you know, I turned my will over to this program. If I want what you guys have to offer, I'll be willing to do the work, you know, and that's what I did. I started doing all the work here, and I wrote a 4th step that, am I muted again? No, I'm not. So I wrote a 4th step out, you know, and remember I tell you, I was abused at a young age, you know, and that was one of those things that I carried around for a lot of years, you know, that shame of why did this happen to me, you know, and, you know, basically it took my innocence away at a very young age. And you know, and I started going down a path that just wasn't right, man, you know, because I was trying to fill a void at an early age, you know, but what I found out through writing this first 4th step and actually getting honest about it and really sharing all the dark and dirtiness about who I had become, and, you know, and that's not who I was, you know, I found out the shame was in the end, like, you know, my poor mom, you know, that I would go to her house and knock on her window multiple times during a night, you know, asking her to take me to the bank, give me money, you know. I mean, I was her only child. All she did was try and help me, man, and love me, you know. And it you know, I have a lot of sadness about that, because I hurt this poor lady so bad, you know. But recovery gave me a chance to turn it over, and I'll get to all that. But you know, I remember going to her house one night, and you know, and she let me in, and you know, I remember her telling me, like, in complete despair and her hopelessness, looking at me with tears in her eyes and saying, like, I wish you would die already, you know. And I remember at the moment I was like, how the hell can you say that to me? But, you know, I understand where she was coming from. She was in so much pain and couldn't go on like that anymore. And I looked at her with tears in my eyes and I said, let's get in the fucking car and let's go. You know, and I basically took my mom hostage and you know, and robbed her basically without having a gun. I mean, she was scared of me, and I went in and I made her took me to the bank. And you know, the sad part about it, I felt so much shame of making her say that. She took me to the bank. I went and got high, and 2 hours later, I came back and I knocked on the same window. You know, being in the grips, man, and not being able to stop myself from doing things, no matter how badly I wanted to. You know, and no matter how bad it made me feel, and I just kept doing it over and over. You know, and the insanity and insidiousness of it. You know, it was just a miserable experience. You know, and You know, and I can tell you years later, I had a couple years clean, and you know, and I started that process of making amends to my mom. You know, I remember I went to her house one weekend, and you know, and I spent the night there, and I woke up on that Saturday morning, and she looked at me and she says, "Why were you knocking at my window last night?" Man, I hadn't knocked on her window in over 4 years. I had 2 years clean at the time, and my last 2 years I didn't have any contact with her, but you know, I hadn't knocked on her window in over 4 years, and she's still having sleepless nights from the effects of me knocking on her window. You know, and like that was that hit me deep, man. That hurt. You know, we don't realize how badly our addiction is entangled in others around us lives, you know. And this poor woman, I remember looking at her, man, and I've had such compassion for her this time. You know, I had become a man. I started becoming a man, and you know, and I was feeling my feelings, and I felt like complete crap. But I looked her in the eyes and I said, "I'm so sorry for ever knocking on your window like that, and I promise you I will never knock on your window again." You know, and she passed away a couple years ago, and I'll tell you, man, I wish I could knock on her window again now, you know, just because I miss her so much. But you know, I never did it again for drugs, you know. And so anyway, I shared that shame of that stuff with my sponsor, you know, and the real nasty side of me, the things I would do to get more, that those secrets, like I said, those secrets that I was going to take to the grave, you know, the people I harmed, the girls I prostituted out, you know, the shit I stole, you know, and all that crap. And, you know, and as I started getting it out, man, I started feeling better about myself. I started feeling like lighter, you know. I was becoming free of all that crap. And you know, and I didn't like who I had become in active addiction. I knew that's not who I was. And for years, I didn't think I could change. I thought I was stuck in that lifestyle, you know. But what I found out through those fourth and fifth steps, and you know, and then even farther on when I went through my sixth and seventh step, you know, and I started looking at the defects of character, the exact nature of my wrong, and you know, and my sponsor always tells me, you know, he always says, "You're not responsible for your disease, but you're responsible for your recovery." So I didn't have any awareness of all this stuff back then, or any way out of it, you know. So I mean, I'm powerless, man. When I'm in the grips, I'm powerless. I'm gonna do things that go against my nature. I'm gonna do things I don't believe in, you know, and I'm gonna keep doing them to keep getting one more to fill the void that and you know, the shame that I'm suffering by doing them. You know, I was caught in a vicious cycle. And you know, my sponsor always tells me, you're not that person, man. You only do that when you're on a substance. And he started explaining to me, he's like, in simple terms, like with my mom, he said, "How many times have you robbed your mom since you've been in recovery?" You know, and the answer was 0. And he goes, "So why don't you start seeing yourself for who you really are? That's not who you are." You know, and I started looking at myself differently, and I started gaining a better perspective on who I am. And you know, and that good heart that I had somewhere inside, you know, I found out in my fourth step, like there was some kindness in me, you know, and I believe those were a reflection of who I really am. You know, it had just been covered up with all that defect of character, you know, the being a thief, the lying, cheating, manipulating, the convict that I had become. You know, I came to recovery, man. For years I'd come in here and I would be like, this isn't for me, man. You know, I'm a career criminal. I'm never gonna have a chance to live life. You know, I really shot myself short, you know. And you know, years later, I have this life that I never fathomed to be possible for me. You know, I couldn't see that far. In the beginning, this time when I got to recover, in the beginning, man, I didn't even care if I had to work at labor unions for the rest of my life, and I had to live in a 1-bedroom rooming house, man. I really didn't care anymore. It was better than the alternative. You know, there was a lot of fear there, but it was so much better than the alternative, you know. And I remember being okay with that, because that's all the faith and hope I had at the time. You know, as I've stuck around, that hope has grown tremendously. My faith has grown tremendously. My trust has grown tremendously. You remember I told you I couldn't trust anybody when I got here? Man, today I can tell you, man, my sponsor, he knows everything about me. There's not a thing I won't share with him. And it gets harder in recovery. You know, it gets harder when you got 10 years clean and you do something that brings you shame. Like, you know how much harder it is to tell my sponsor something I've done with 7, 8, 9, 10 years clean than it is to tell him the things I did while I was in active addiction? You know, I don't have any excuse anymore, you know, so sometimes it gets hard, but I trust him. And I know he's never steered me down the wrong path. He doesn't judge me, you know, and he always just gives me hope and points me back in the right direction, you know. And I'm forever grateful, you know. I think, you know, I got blessed with a sponsor who became like a father to me in Narcotics Anonymous, you know, so that's even better. You know, not only has he walked me through the steps, he's helped me become a man and be somebody that I can be proud of, you know. So, you know, I learned about that, all that stuff in the sixth step. And, you know, and I start learning in the seventh step. I start learning how the way I work my first 6th and 7th step is, you know, you take a defect and you turn it over and you got an attribute or a principle, you know, and I started trying to practice some principles in my life. And, you know, I'll share one with you. One was patience, you know, and I remember I was working on this and I was dating a girl in recovery, and, you know, we went to Publix one night and we get in the line, and the whole time we're in the line, she's bitching about how slow the line's moving. And, you know, and I was like, why are we in this line then? And she explained like that her sponsor had on an assignment to get in the longest line and try and practice patience. Well, I didn't hear any patience while we were in that line, you know, and what I did is I learned how to apply patience in my life. You know, if I stand in that long line and I stand there with an attitude and I'm bitching and I'm moping, where's the patience? You know, so I've learned to be kind to people in line. Maybe ask somebody in front of me how they're doing. Even let somebody cut in front of me, you know, and stand there a little bit longer. You know, I'm not in a rush anymore, man. You know, for years I was in a rush to get nowhere. You know, so I learned about patience being how I act during that process of waiting, you know, and I remember feeling that much better about myself. And I'd get up to the register and, you know, maybe make a joke and put a smile on the cashier's face, you know, man. I mean, maybe she's having a rough day. Maybe they don't get paid that much. You know, maybe she's miserable on a 9-to-5 job. I don't know. But why do I make it even worse by bitching and moaning? Why not try and bring some light into the world and some joy? And you know, when I do those things, I feel better about myself. When I practice principles, I feel better about myself. And what happens is it becomes easier to practice principles. But, you know, like the 6 or 7 step, you know, we're going to fall short. You know, I'm going to make mistakes. There's going to be times where I don't have patience and I'm going to lose my cool. The good thing is it doesn't happen very often anymore. And when it does, I don't like the way I feel almost instantaneously, and I can correct it right away, you know, and change and get back on that positive path, you know. But like I know in the last 6 months, you know, I'm sure it's affected all of us in one way or another, but this COVID thing is taking its toll, you know, and I've gotten snappy at home, you know, I've gotten snappy at my job, you know, and just it's taking its toll, you know, and I've had a good time through the pandemic, you know. I haven't been out of work. I had a newborn baby born on June 6th, you know. I'm at my home. I got my 2 sons now, my fiance, and life's great. You know, I have a great career going for me, you know, but it's just taking this little bit of toll. I'm not making as many meetings as I used to make. I'm that person who, my first 9 years in recovery, man, I was making a meeting almost every day. I've been to meetings, I've traveled, and I've been to like 25 states in recovery for work. And I've been to multiple meetings in every state I've been through, and I've got connected in this fellowship. And here I am, this pandemic started, and you know, I had a hard time in the beginning getting on Zoom. And then when I got into Zoom, I was on fire for it for a little while. And, you know, and then hold on, sorry about that. I got to a point where I'm going to meetings like once a week, man. And you know, and that's scary for me because I'm not that addict who got high once a week. I'm that addict who got high every day. I understand I have a daily reprieve. That means I need to do things for my recovery on a daily basis. And I get scared because, man, that's the healthiest fear I think I could ever have, is the fear of returning to that lifestyle of active addiction. You know, I don't want to go back there. I love having the fear of that lifestyle. And you know, and so you know, what have I been doing is I talked to my sponsor about this, and my sponsor, you know, remember when I was in that treatment center and he told me, call me when you get out, call me every day. Well, I can tell you, I've been calling my sponsor every day for over 10 years now. Do you have to do that? No, I got in the habit of it. You know, I like the saying, you know, never get off a winning horse, and he never told me to stop calling him. So, you know, I figure why stop? You know, I'm glad I have that relationship with him. So, you know, every day I do for my recovery, you know, I wake up, I pray, I read my literature every single day. I've been doing it for over 10 years now. And then I call my sponsor every day. And the only part I talk to sponsees and I'm sponsoring people and we work steps. So the only part I'm really slacking on is my meeting attendance. And, you know, and I'm aware of it. So what do I do about it? Now, you know, I was telling you about the prayers, and, you know, and I can tell you my prayer a lot of times is, hey, thank you, God, for waking me up, and then go about my business. But a couple of weeks ago, I noticed that my meeting attendance had really slacked. And, you know, and I got open about it, and I got into that real conversation with God, like I was telling you about when I was in that abandoned house. And I was like, God, help me get some courage and get back into my meeting attendance. You know, I forget my exact prayer, but it was real to the point. And, you know, it was almost immediately that I finished saying that prayer that I've gotten called to do, like, speak at this meeting, speak at that meeting, go to this event. You know, it's like,
I'm unmuting you. There you go.
Hello? There, sorry about that.
You good?
Yeah, so oh my goodness. Some people see like still got obsession and compulsion. They keep calling. They know I'm not answering, but yeah. So anyway, and I got honest about it, and then you see how God answers my prayers, and He starts placing people in my life to, hey, come to this event. Hey, I'm speaking tonight. Can you come support me at my, at my meeting?
I'm gonna keep trying to unmute him. Apparently, he's very popular. He's getting a bunch of phone calls back to back.
I'm sorry, guys.
You're good.
All right, sorry about that. Yeah, I just told him now. So anyway, yeah. So I got back on my horse, and and I'm going back to my meetings regularly again. Maybe not as regularly as I would like because there's still a lot of closed meetings, but I had enough awareness of it, and I don't want to go back to my lifestyle. And and I've seen so many people with so many years clean, man. They stop doing the basics, and what happens, man? 9 out of 10 times they use, and when they come back, if they're lucky enough, they all say the same thing, man. I stopped going to meetings. I stopped praying. I stopped working my program. I got out of the basics, So what I've tried to live by my whole recovery is if I stay in the basics, I never have to worry about returning to the basics. And I had to get back on my horse and start doing what I got to do for my recovery. Like I said, I got to chase my recovery like I chased my drugs. And I might have went a day or two without using, but I didn't go any much longer than that. So I got to do what I got to do, and I'm glad I have that awareness. I'm glad I have that love for this fellowship. And I appreciate it. And I'm grateful for this fellowship because if I wasn't, I probably wouldn't do these things. So moving on. I go to my 8th and 9th step, and these were 2 of the steps. 4. I had a little bit of fear of 4 when I got here, but our 4th step says in the beginning. I heard somebody in my early recovery say the 4th step says we took a searching and fearless. And for some reason I always missed those last 4 letters of that. And the fear part just made me afraid to work it. So for years, I wouldn't work that step. And I remember reading step 8 and 9 and like the shame of the people I had to put on that list. It really hurt me. And I didn't know how I was going to make amends to these people. I didn't know what I could do. I thought I had did too much damage to repair. And what I found out through the process of 8th and 9th step is, I also have to forgive myself as well. And if I don't forgive myself, everybody else's forgiveness is nothing, So I remember going over that 8-step list, and I probably had a little over 2 years clean by this time. And, I was going to meetings and I was doing service and I was involved heavily in my recovery. In early recovery, I was very heavily involved. I had a commitment almost every night of the week, and I remember talking to my sponsor after I wrote this big list out. I put my mom on a list. She was the greatest source of shame. I put my dad on the list. He had passed away many years before I got clean. I didn't know how I was going to make amends to them. I had heard different stories about writing letters and stuff, and I didn't really feel the depth of writing a letter. If it works for you, so be it. That wasn't for me. And then I wrote down whole neighborhoods, like wherever abandoned houses were that I lived in my active addiction. I had to put whole neighborhoods down because I would leave there and I would burglarize every house through every neighborhood. Like hundreds and hundreds of cars a night I would break into, and and I remember just writing this list down, and I didn't know how I was going to make amends to these things. But by this time I had started gaining some trust in my sponsor. I knew he wasn't going to tell me to do anything that was going to send me to prison for the rest of my life. What good is that going to do me? And I just put it all on the list. And, I had heard enough people in meetings say to make sure I put myself on the list because I harm myself more than anybody else. And I used to think like, how is that so? What I found out is every time I hurt somebody else, I hurt myself at the same time. So when I hurt 100 people, I hurt myself 100 times. And, and it started to make sense. That's part of the reason I was so angry and shameful when I got here because I hated who I had become, man. I really hated being in my skin. And, and I remember I brought this list to my sponsor and, and he started laughing and I was like, man, what are you laughing at, man? What do you think? I'm soft or something? You think my active addiction is weak? I remember just getting real defensive and and he looked at me and he says, no, man, we're going to scratch off half of this stuff, man. You can't go back and knock on these people's door and say, hey, I robbed you, man. You might have some that are forgiving and you might be able to pay some back, but some of them aren't going to be forgiven. And you're already a 2-time convicted felon, you know, you might end up back in prison again for the rest of your life. So, you know, he goes, what I'm going to do is I'm going to explain how you make amends for all those things without harming yourself. And it says that in step 9, to make amends without harming ourselves, you know, or harming others further. And you know, and he said, well, you got 3 or 4 service commitments. I know because I've spoken for you. You're helping people in recovery. I had a couple sponsees at this time. He goes, those are the way you make amends indirectly for all those things. And you continue to do so for the remainder of your time in recovery. You know, you start becoming a asset in your community where you might have been that person nobody wanted around. Well, now you start helping become a change, a positive change in your neighborhood. And you know, and you become friendly with all the people. And like, I live in a condo now with my fiance, and you know, and she gets mad at him, and I treat these people around here, whether they treat me good or bad, I treat them all with kindness. You know, nobody in this building can say anything negative about me. And you know, and I don't give them a reason to say anything negative about me. You know, so these are all ways I can make amends for those harms I caused in the past, you know. And if somebody were to break in my car and steal my stereo system out of it, you know, I think that was also an adjust for today recently. Do I want them to be punished? You know, if that's the case, then I deserve to be punished for all the shit I did, you know. And in reality, you know, we want mercy, you know, so I have to have some kind of forgiveness for them. So, you know, even throughout recovery, not even people stealing from me, when somebody has done me wrong, I might get angry at the beginning of it, but I've learned to find a place of forgiveness for them as well, because I've learned through all my lifestyle that if I don't have a forgiving heart, I'm just as bad off as the other people are, you know. And you know, I had to learn that through the abuse I suffered, man. You know, I had to find forgiveness for my abuser that happened to me when I was a little kid. It's a family member. Matter of fact, just recently I had to see that family member face to face. And you know, and good thing I'm in recovery and I've got some clean time, because I'm no longer that scared kid anymore. You know, and I was able to look at him and see him as the person he is. You know, he's just a sick individual who did what he did, because who knows what happened to him. You know, the good thing is that I haven't had to carry on that lifestyle, and I have never hurt anybody in that way, you know. And I've broken the chain of whatever happened to me, you know. And I lived with that shame for a lot of years, you know, and I found some kind of compassion and forgiveness for him. Do I have to associate with that family member the rest of my life? No, I don't. But I had to find forgiveness and peace for my sake, you know. So you know, I went on through this 8th and 9th step with my sponsor, you know. And you know, I remember thinking, like, how am I ever going to pay my mom back financially for all the things I did to her? And this is the deepest part of my story, you know. When I got here, the one reservation I had was, if my mom dies, I'm not going to stay clean. That was my ticket to get high. And you know, because I go to meetings and I hear a lot of people share. A good friend of mine shared in a meeting. She was sharing about when her dad passed away. Somebody shared it for her, and she says, "What are you going to do if that loved one that you love dies? Are you going to smoke them up out of the ground?" And like, it just made so much sense to me. When my dad died, I left the funeral to get high. I didn't know how to deal with it. It never brought him back. I never dealt with the feelings, you know. So when she said that, I knew that there was no amount of dope in the world that was ever going to bring my mom back if she died. You know, and then next I went to my sponsor and I started talking to him about that stuff. And my sponsor explained to me, he says, "Is your mom dead?" I said, "No." He goes, "Well, stop burying her. You know, I'm burying her in my first year in recovery, and she lived for 7 more years, you know." And he goes, "And what you do when the time comes is you honor your mom by living the life that makes her proud of you. So what you do is you get busy on that amends process and you become somebody she could be proud of." And, you know, so I took care of my mom in recovery for the whole 7 years that she was here when I was in recovery. You know, I was there for her, you know, when she got real bad and we had to put her in a nursing home. And, you know, I went through some dark times. You know, I had to go clean out her house, and the memories that stirred up, you know, I didn't do it alone, man. I called other addicts over to help me out to go through those personal things, because, man, alone, it was painful, man. I remember as soon as I opened a drawer and I was looking at some photos, and, you know, the last photo where I was in a family picture, I was like 12 years old. And then there's no pictures of me for many, many years. And then there's a prison picture of me many years later, you know, and like, it just brought up so much pain and shame and guilt, you know, that I knew not to do it alone. And I brought people over and we went through that. And, you know, and she was in that nursing home, and I went to visit her every chance I could get. I travel for work, so it was kind of hard. And, you know, I go to that nursing home and they tell me not to bring her coffee and donuts. You know, she has full kidney failure, and, you know, and I know what made her happy. And, you know, so I snuck her in coffee and donuts every time I went. And when I walked in that door, I tell you, man, the smiles that she gave me, and those last 2 years that she was in that nursing home, made everything up to that point worthwhile. It made me fall in love with Narcotics Anonymous to such a deep extent that I owe my life to this program. You know, I got to let this lady find peace. you know, and I'll tell you her last week alive, you know, she ended up going in the hospital on Monday, and she was in like I want to say a diabetic coma, and she was unresponsive. And you know, and I sat there in that hospital. I would go there in the morning. I would brush her hair. I would talk to her. I would pray. I'd cry. You know, I remember praying to God, let her go already, take her already. You know, and I could understand back when my mom told me she wished I would die. It wasn't that she wanted me to die. She was tired of watching me suffer. And you know, and I remember feeling that same feeling. I remember feeling like I'm tired of watching her suffer anymore. You know, she was so bedridden. It was like her quality of life was so gone. You know, and I was tired of watching her, and I would leave there feeling all weak and dejected, and I would go to my home group, which meant at 12:30 every day, electric lunch, and I would share about it and cry about it, and I would go right back to the meeting, to the hospital, and do the same thing. And then at 7 o'clock, I would leave and go to another meeting and do the same thing, and then go back, and you know, and I did that, and so I went Monday and Tuesday and did that, and on that Wednesday, I showed up at like 10 o'clock at night because I was working, and you know, and I walked in and she had woken up. And I looked at her, man, and I said, I love you, Mom. And she said, I love you too. And she closed her eyes that night and she never woke up again. And, you know, like that was the best gift ever, man. I was present for her to tell me she loved me. And that was the last word she said, you know, and, you know, I'm truly grateful for Narcotics Anonymous. It was never about paying her back financially. It was never about any of that. It was about becoming right and being somebody that she could be proud of and know that I was going to be all right. And, you know, and I got to bury my mom. I got to bring family and friends in, you know, and I got to do something that honors her. And I continue to do that. You know, my only regret is I wish she would have met my fiance and my stepson and my newborn. You know, I wish she would have met them. But I do know she's there watching over us. And, you know, I have an angel for life. And, you know, I'm so grateful for that moment there. And, you know, and then I want to talk about like my dad, you know, I had heard people talk about the letters. And, you know, it didn't seem meaningful. The letter didn't work for me. And, you know, not knocking anybody else, whatever works for each of us works, you know. And what worked for me is just continuing to live a life that my dad would be proud of. And what happened is one of my mom and dad's neighbors called me one day, and I think it was on a Father's Day. I had a couple years clean, and he said, are you good? Can you talk? And I said, what's up? I pulled over, and he goes, man, you know, Bill, I've been watching you for the last few years, and I just want to tell you, as a father myself, and as a good friend of your dad, that I could just tell you your dad would be the proudest father in the world watching you live the lifestyle you're living today. And I remember the floodgates opened. You know, I hadn't mourned my dad. You know, when my dad died many years earlier, I left the funeral home, like I said, to get high, and I never dealt with it. And when he did that, man, it opened up the floodgates, man, and I cried and I cried and I cried, and I felt so much peace and relief afterwards. And, you know, and I live with that today. I am my dad's son. You know, my dad was a perfect role model, a perfect example. And, you know, and I'm pretty sure in the end of his life, you know, he was probably tossing and turning at night thinking he did something wrong, you know, and recovery's given me the opportunity to turn it all around and to be somebody I know he'd be proud of today, you know, and truly, truly grateful, you know. So, you know, I went through those processes and you know, and I'll tell you that part about me. I had to find forgiveness for myself because going through all this stuff, man, I still had a lot of hate and anger in my early recovery. And it was all I'd spew out at other people around me, but it was really never about anybody else. It was about how I felt about me. And I remember one night I was sitting in a 3/4 way house. And I remember just like, do I really want to stay here? Is this really what I want? And, you know, and I dropped my pen and I just started contemplating. And I found I was like missing that forgiveness for myself and forgiveness for others. You know, I want to be forgiven, but I was forgetting about the other side of the coin, you know, and, you know, and I like verbally said that I forgive myself. And then I examined my life up to that point in recovery and realized that everything I had been doing had been an act of forgiveness towards myself. Because as I was working the steps and cleaning up my life, what am I doing? It's a form, you know, I can apologize to you all day long. If I don't change the behavior, I'm really not apologizing, you know? I'm just telling you what a sorry piece of crap I am. Like I did my whole life. I'm sorry. And then do the shit again and again and again, you know. But what happened is all my action up to that point showed me that I had been saying sorry to myself through my actions. And, you know, and I finally felt the freedom this program offers, you know, and they say we have a spiritual awakening and the steps. And I want to say that was a spiritual awakening that led me on to continue my recovery for multiple years, you know. And, you know, I continue to take inventory of my 10th step. If I'm wrong, I probably admitted it. I pray and meditate regularly every day. Even right now, I'm in the process of when I'm at home every night with my son, I'm teaching him how to pray. And it's funny because, you know, he's got to find his own understanding. He's 9 years old, but, you know, just practicing with him, the night before last, we were up there and I said, do you want to lead the prayer? And and he led the prayer the other night, and it was just a good feeling to know that I'm being a positive example in someone's life, because for many years I was that person nobody wanted anything to do with. And and to have a kid look at me as a role model is just an awesome feeling, and it's an awesome experience. And now I got the newborn, that's even more precious. That was the thing I had given up on. Like, maybe I'm not meant to be a father of my own kids, and then last year, God saw fit for my fiance to become pregnant, and we had this beautiful, healthy boy, Lucas, born on June 6th. And I want to talk about God's timing. We want things on our time, and all these years I was giving up. I was starting to get resentful towards God again. Like, why can't you give me a son, or a daughter? I just wanted a kid. I wanted to be able to share my life with a child, and and it doesn't happen on my time; it happens on His time. And here's the funny story: I was working up in New England, and when the baby was due on June 19th, so I put in for my transfer. I got approved to transfer back to Florida. And, I left New England on June 5th. I started driving, and I got to the house on June 6th. The baby's due on the 19th. I was home for an hour when my fiance started bleeding. We rushed to the hospital, and the baby was born that night. So you talk about like God holding off, waiting for daddy to get there so I could be present from the moment he was conceived into this world, and I held him and he smiled for me, and I keep him as my Facebook photo because I was holding him in that little swaddle. And he's just so cute and adorable, the most precious thing that I've ever been given in my life, and just like this road to recovery, the most precious thing about it all is if I continue on this journey, this kid never has to see me use. He never has to see that ugly, dark side of me. And it's still there. I've done a lot of work and I've changed, but there's still a little bit of darkness that I got to keep working on because it rears its head up every now and then. But I have this program that's helped me deal with everything life throws my way, So, I'm truly grateful to have that little son in my life. And, I want to share a couple little things with you. So, we suffer from a disease that talks about one is too many and 1,000 is never enough. And my friend Dominic put out this saying that he shared in a meeting one day, and he likes to change literature, which I'm not too thrilled about all the time because our literature is written the way it is for a reason. But man, he says it so perfectly, man. One is too many, period. It's not the last one. It's that first one that gets us, man. And so I understand that one is too many, period. But the story I want to say is my sponsor helped me go on a journey a few years ago to repair my credit and start establishing credit for my future. And I remember doing some work. I got a secured card from the bank, and I got obsessive about it. And, obsession and compulsion runs through our lives, with or without drugs, it's still there. And, I've got this card and I would spend, I'd pay, I'd spend it. I got so obsessive about it. But, I'll tell you, man, I started getting that letter in the mail. You've been approved for a card. And I kept accepting all these offers, man. And what I'm getting at, one is too many, is 1,000 is never enough. I don't need 100 credit cards, and here I am accepting all these offers. I got 20 something credit cards and one is too many, period, So, I went through that little process. I got myself in a little debt, but I had an awareness and I was able to get smart about it, and I started chopping up cards and I got out of the debt. And I didn't ruin my credit, thank God, but that obsession and compulsion took off on me. And I went from a 473 score to like a high 7. I actually broke 800 recently, and it's just like a miracle, man. I was living in abandoned houses. I wasn't eating, I wasn't bathing, I wasn't taking care of myself. And to a person who has credit, I have a career going for me, it's just so amazing the lifestyle I got, and so I come here, like I say, I'm a career criminal, and I was okay with living in that 1-bedroom rooming house for the rest of my life. I was okay with that. But God sees so much more in us, that we don't see. And so as I did some work, my last company I was with, I went into the office one day and I asked the manager in there, I said, I would like to take on a bigger role here. I was tired of just being a laborer. I want to do something with my life. I want more. And, and I'd like to take on a better position. And she goes, okay, I think you can handle it, and she hands me an envelope like a week later and she goes, go over there. They had the company house. She goes, go over there and read all the information and let me know what you think, man. And I go to the house and I open this stuff up and, man, there's 2 credit cards in there, American Express business card and another card. And, my addictive set, I have probably like 6 years clean at this time. The addict self and me, the first thing I do is call the 1-800 number on the card. And the first one had like a $20,000 balance. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm credit card shopping now. And then, and I called the other one. The other one was unlimited, man. And I got scared, man. I remember going back across the street to this lady and, I said, are you sure you want me to have these credit cards? And she looked at me and she told me with this such a sincere face, she said, Bill, you know, I've looked at your record. As a matter of fact, she goes here and she pulls out my last mugshot. You know, I look pretty shady. And she looks at that mugshot and she looks at me and she goes, I could never imagine you being this person. You know, another result of Narcotics Anonymous working in our lives, you know, and she goes, you're going to do just fine. You know, and she gave me those cards and for 3 years, I was a foreman in that company. Not one time did I do, actually one time I accidentally bought something for myself on that card and I realized it when I was in the store and I called her right away within a minute. I said, oh, use a card, I bought a Gator. And she goes, don't worry about it, it's on me. You know, so for 3 years I had those cards and I didn't break her trust because I learned how to be honest. I learned how to be a man of integrity here in Narcotics Anonymous. I learned how to do things the right way, you know, and you know, I'm gonna end with this little story. I was talking to a neighbor of mine the other day. He's been a mentor of mine for years. You know, he's in the other fellowship. And he never gave up on me. He saw me at my worst. And you know, I was going on a government base to do a job, and I got there and they denied me access because of all the felonies. I have like 30 something felonies on my record. I think 31 felonies, and they said you can't come on our property because of your past. And she goes, I can see that it's all old, but she goes, we don't allow you. So she gives me this paper and she goes, you can follow these things and we can get past it. And so it was like complete a treatment facility. I had that, you know, like 5 letters of reference and some other things or whatever. So I'm getting all these reference letters together. And my neighbor wrote in the letter, you know, he said, man, who would have thought that we would see Billy driving down the street in a BMW? And you know, I don't have a BMW, but the funny thing is the other neighbor looked over, he goes, who would have thought I would have gave him my damn keys? You know, I used to run a little detailing business, and you know, these people saw me at my work, and the guy used to give me his keys to all his cars. He'd go out of town, had keys to his house. You know, and the joke, like, who would have thought we'd be giving him keys to our houses? You know, like, so as I've recovered, all the people around me have had a chance to recover as well. You know, we all recover in different ways and different phases. And you know, and as I say, when I got here, the only family member that was in my life was my mom. Through that whole time that I became a son to my mom, her older sister and became my aunt again. You know, she had never given up on me. They prayed for me, but had nothing to do with me. You know, and last year I was fortunate enough working up in New England. I got to reunite with my mom's family. You know, not all of them because of COVID came out, but you know, I got to take my mom's oldest sister, my cousins, and them out to dinner. And you know, so as I've recovered, those relationships with my family have recovered. And I used to think I didn't hurt them. Like, how can I hurt them? I had no contact with them. Man, when I'm living that lifestyle, anybody who cares about me or loves me is in some kind of pain watching me destroy my life. I understand today because I've seen people that are real close to me go out there and destroy their lives, and it hurts. You know, so I understand where they were coming from. But like I said, as I recover, they get to recover as well. You know, so I'm really grateful for the program of Narcotics Anonymous. I'm going to continue doing what works. Like I said in the beginning, I'm not getting off the winning horse. You know, this is the best hit in town. If you're new, welcome. You know, I promise you, if you give this program a chance, you know, you don't have to trust it at the beginning. Just try it, man. I'm telling you, that's what I did. I got a sponsor and I worked steps and I got the results to this program, you know. So I promise that if you try this too, you can get these same results. So I came here as a career criminal, homeless, living in abandoned houses. Today, I have a beautiful family. I live in a condo over the bay. I have a career, a healthy, awesome career with a Fortune 500 company. Who would have thought? You know, matter of fact, when I hired on with these people last year, they were doing the interview process, and the lady goes, okay, we're going to check your driver's record. You know, I was a habitual traffic offender. That's another thing I fix here. And she goes, we go back 5 years, you know, and by this time I had 7 years, I had my license. She came back, my license was clean. She goes, now we're going to do a criminal background check. And I was like, oh shit, here we go again. And I said, what does that entail? She goes, we go back 5 years as well. You know, I had 10 years clean at the time. You know, my record came back spotless. You know, so as I've done the work and I stayed in this program, I've received the promises of this program. You know, my sponsor always tells me, man, stop doubting. You know, like just like when I bought my first car in recovery and the first day they told me no, I called my sponsor and, you know, he told me, he said, why are you taking no for an answer? I bet you if you were at the dope house trying to get one, you wouldn't have took no for an answer. You know, so why are you taking no for an answer when you're doing the right thing? You have everything going for you. And I've learned to pursue things that I want in recovery. You know, I'm so grateful for sponsorship. I think I have the best sponsor in the world, you know, and you know, I think it only happens when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. I hope I never stop being a student, and I hope I never stop being a teacher, because we're all on both sides of that coin. I love you guys. I really appreciate your service, and I thank you guys for letting me come out and share for you. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Bill. Thank you so much for that. Let's get everybody unmuted and give them a little bit of love right there.
Hey, Bill, thank you.
Thank you,
Bill.
Thank you, Bill.
Awesome. Right on.
Yeah, Bill.
Right on.
All right. Thank you very much for that, Bill. Great message of experience, strength, and hope. It's so beautiful when we hear our stories told. It's goosebumps, tears, all that. And it's forever going to be on YouTube to be seen. Awesome. But want to take a quick second before we get into our next band to make a couple announcements. First and foremost, as we said, everything is being broadcast on YouTube. So we will be able to go back and rewatch all of the speakers and all of the sets. They will be listed later on in the week. I have to go through and edit this live stream down so that we will have each one up. And if you just search again for AZNA Bluesfest 26, we will have the ability to pull up all of those. So if you have people that were interested in watching but weren't able to get to this event, it will be available online. So we ask everybody, and also if you were a speaker today or your band was here today and you wanted to, be able to go back and check it out, we will definitely send you the information for that. Bill, I just saw your chat. We will get that taken care of. Also, another announcement for the 7th tradition. Again, we are using Venmo for the 7th tradition. I'm going to put it into chat again right here, where we will be, again, accepting donations through Venmo. The name is Bluesfest NA. And please make sure to mention 7th tradition in the memo so that we know what the money's coming for, because we're using the same Venmo account for a lot of different things. So please make sure to do that. And then again, we want to make a quick announcement about t-shirts and tank tops. We have a limited quantity of shirts. We only have women's tank tops, but we have t-shirts that are size all the way from small to 4XL. Again, all of the payment for this is through the Venmo app, or if you're in Arizona, we can also do it in person. We can also deliver the shirts to you for an additional charge of $7.75 for one shirt, up to $8.30 if you buy multiple shirts. All the deliveries are going to be made through USPS. If you are wanting to have a shirt reserved, please make sure that you get your payment through Venmo, and please make sure the delivery charge is included. It is also massively important that when you send the money through Venmo, you make sure to list the size and that it is for a shirt in the memo. Please make sure to put it in the memo so that we know what you're wanting and who, what you're sending the money for. I also ask, if you have sent myself chats, it's difficult for me to keep track of them, especially when the bands are playing. So if you wouldn't mind contacting Holly or Jody or one of the other co-hosts, that would be great, just to make sure that you get your question answered in a timely manner, since I'm kind of doing a bunch of things and responding in a timely manner is not working the best at this moment. So I want to make sure everybody gets taken care of. And without me talking anymore, let's get to some music. I'm done hearing myself. I want to hear some music. So next up, we've got Imminent Threats. Again, if we have any issues with the playback, I'm going to be putting the link into chat for YouTube so you can watch it on YouTube. Let me do that right here, first and foremost. And without any further ado, let's get into some music. All right, I will see you guys in a little bit.
Still go house, baby.
tried to take me upstairs for a ride. She had to heave me right across her shoulder. Well, I just can't see the grin on my mind. Give me that honky-tonk. I played a divorcee in New York City. I had to put up some kind of a fight. The lady, well, then she covered me in roses. Well, she blew my nose and then she blew my mind. She's a introduce you in a dress. On the rhythm guitar, we have Mark the Fusco. Bass guitar, Frank Carbone. The drums, Ryan Thompson. And our lovely vocalists, Tamara and Diane.
I have a little better rooster too lazy to couple days. Oh, the little better rooster, yeah, he's crawling every day. Mark Christie on the electric guitar. If you see my little red rooster, oh please drag him home. If you see my little red rooster, please drag him home. There ain't no big piece in the barnyard since the little red rooster's been gone. you know what I'm talking about. Oh, but the way that you squeeze that girl, I swear I'm gonna fall right out of bed. She's a good rider. She's a kind of lady. I'm gonna take my right up by my side. I got a front seat from now before. She's got a mortgage on my body, got a lien on my soul. She's my brown sugar plum.
There's a red house over yonder. That's where my baby stays. There's a red house over yonder. That's where my baby stays. I ain't seen my baby in 99 and one half day. Wait a minute, there's something wrong here. Well, my key won't unlock this door. Wait a minute, there's something wrong here. Well, my key won't unlock this door. I got a bad, 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 bad feeling This is a song about recovery that we wrote. Awoke from my snoring, broke again this morning. And in the mirror I look upright. I can't remember what I did last night. Don't give up, sometimes life's a struggle. Funny, sometimes it feels like it's or die. Never give up, you know you can make it. You know you can make it if you try. Life's a game if you know how to play it. Hope that they can happen till the day that they die. Never give up, you know you can make it. You know you can make it if you try. I can't do this anymore. Tired of coming to on the floor. My life's been bad since the last October. I gotta find a way to keep me sober. Don't give up, sometimes life's a struggle. Funny, sometimes it feels like it's do or die. Never give up, you know you can make it. You know you can make it if you try. Life's a game, but you know how to play it. Most mistakes can happen till the day that they die. Never give up, you know you can make it. You know you can make it if you try. Don't give up, sometimes life's a struggle. Funny, sometimes it feels like it's do or die. Never give up, you know you can make it. You know you can make it if you try. Life's a game, but you know how to play it. Most mistakes can happen till the day that they die. Never give up, you know you can make it. You know you can make it if you try. I was really sick and tired of being sick and tired. I had to find a power greater than me, for me to get the gift of sobriety. Don't give up, sometimes life's a struggle. Funny, sometimes it just feels like it's do or die. Never give up, you know you can make it. You know you can make it if you try. Life's a game, but you know how to play it. Most mistakes will happen till the day that they die. Never give up. You know you can make it. You know you can make it if you try.
Bouquet. If you decide someday to stop this little game that you are playing, I'm gonna tell you all what my heart has been dying to say. I can suppose you've been haunting my dreams. I suppose on Halloween you came me with a spooky little girl like you. Bouquet, 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 I say yeah.
Give me one reason to stay here, and I'll turn my back around. Give me one reason to stay here, and I'll turn my back around. I said I don't want to leave you lonely. You gotta make me change my mind. Baby, I got your number. Oh, and I know that you got mine. You know that I called you. I called too many times. You can call me, baby. You can call me anytime, but you got to call. Give me one reason to stay here, and I'll turn right back around. You can see me turning. Give me one reason to stay here, and I'll turn right back around. You can see me turning. I said I don't want to leave you lonely. You gotta make me change my mind. No, I don't want no one to squeeze me. They might take away my life. oh, to go chasing around, wasting my precious energy. Give me one reason to stay here, and I'll turn my back around. You can see me turning. Now give me one reason to stay here, and I'll turn my back around. You can see me turning. I said I don't wanna leave you lonely. You gotta make me change my mind. Now baby, just give me one reason. Oh, give me just one reason why. Now baby, just give me one reason. Oh, give me just one reason why I should say. I said I told you that I love you, and there ain't no more to say. Used to be so easy to fall in love again. I found out the hard way, there's a price you have to pay. I found that love is no friend of mine. I should have known time after time. Long ago, but I still got the blues for you. Used to be so easy to fall in love again. But I found out the hard way, it's a road that leads to pain. I found that love more than just a game. You play to win, but you lose just the same. So long, it was so long ago, but I still got the blues for you. So many years since I've seen your face, and now in my heart there's an empty space where you used to be. All those days come and go,
Great set. Thank you very much. Imminent Threats. Awesome.
Yay.
Yeah, everybody who can unmute. We'll give some love there. There we go. So I want to do a couple quick announcements because again, we're running ahead of schedule, which is pretty impressive for a group of addicts, I gotta say. So hooray for us. But want to do a couple things. First and foremost, again, 7th tradition. We are using Venmo for all of that. And that is in the chat. We'll make sure to put it in the chat again with the information as we're using the code of 8080 if you could prompt it for it. And please make sure if you're donating for the 7th tradition to please put in the memo 7th tradition because we're using that same Venmo account for merchandise. And as Holly's modeling and a couple other people have in their profile pictures, we have an amazing t-shirt and tank top option for this year's Bluesfest. Shout out to Alex for putting together an amazing design, and shout out to the whole committee for really putting everything together to get the design made and the shirts made and everything done in record time. So again, we have shirts for sale. They are $15 a piece. We have women's tank tops and we also have men's t-shirts. We have them in the t-shirt size from small up to 4XL, and the tank tops are from small until up to 2XL. Again, they are $15 a piece. If you're wanting to pick them up, that's perfectly fine. If you are wanting them shipped, the price is based on USPS priority mail. So it's $7.75 for one shirt, and that price goes up to $8.30 for 2 shirts. So we did do a limited run of shirts. So if you are interested in getting a shirt, we really suggest reaching out to Holly, reaching out to Jody, reaching out to Sam, or just simply making your payment through Venmo. Again, the name is Bluesfest NA. I will put all this in chat again. And please mention if you are purchasing a shirt and what size that shirt is in the memo to try and keep this whole thing, figured out. We would be able to deliver the shirts on the day of East Valley area, or I'm sure that it can be figured out within the Valley. If you're local, I'm sure that meetup spot can work and we can do a hand-to-hand for some NA merchandise. So I wanted to touch on both of those things. Also want to do a couple other announcements before we bring in our next speaker. Phoenix Area Activities is doing another Speaker Jam Bingo Night / costume contest on Halloween. That's right. We are going to be socially distanced and still having some spooky season fun. I might have to get a pumpkin spice latte. But we're going to be having $10 for 10 games of bingo. That's going to be happening at 9 p.m. The event starts at 7:30 p.m. We're going to have an awesome speaker. And then in between there, we're going to do a quick Zoom training. So anybody who's not familiar with how we play bingo over Zoom, which has actually been going very, very smoothly, we'll give you a quick little tutorial. And then we're going to be having a costume contest. It's going to be a $5 entry to be part of the costume contest. And then we will, poll everybody, see who they feel is the best, and give out some awesome prizes. So it should be a lot of fun. So bring your best costume and, partake in that. It should be a really good time. Also coming up is the first ever NACONA. That is the Northern Arizona Convention of Narcotics Anonymous. It is taking place the weekend after Thanksgiving, which I believe is the 27th, 28th, and 29th. I know that it's going to be an interesting test to see how convention goes within the current pandemic climate, but I know they're making sure safety's first and foremost, mandatory masks, limited capacity, and it should be a really good event. I do not have a ton of information about that, but it is on the arizona-na.org website. And I know they're running some room specials up there as well. So I believe there's some more information for that. And if you need more information, hit me up after this meeting and I'm sure I can direct you to the right person. Another thing, sorry, I'm just going to overwhelm you with announcements here until we can kill a little bit more time. So you're stuck with me. But the Entertainment and Fundraising Subcommittee for ARCNA 34 is looking for people willing to be of service. Our subcommittee is in charge of planning the 3 events prior to the ARCNA convention. And if you aren't familiar with ARCNA is, that is the Arizona Regional Convention of Narcotics Anonymous. In addition to planning all of the events prior, we are also in charge of planning the entertainment at the event. So if you've ever been to an event or to a convention and you're like, man, that was whack, come out to the subcommittee and do better. So the only way that we can, can do what we want is by doing, what we want by group conscious and help. And I need help in that subcommittee. So it'd be awesome to have everybody out there. If you're interested in that, please just let me know. And wow, I should have been talking slower. Already did that notice. Already did that. Also, if you're in the Phoenix area and you're looking to be of service, I know there's a bunch of service positions available. I know that's also true for the East Valley area. Multiple trusted service positions, multiple chairs. I know personally within the Phoenix area, we're needing an activities chair, an H&I chair, an H&I assistant chair or vice chair, a vice treasurer. I know there's stuff needed at the regional level as well. So we definitely could use some support from that. Oh, and also on Halloween morning, if you're not doing anything, Las Vegas is having the Region 51 region of Narcotics Anonymous is having a talent show, and it's all on Zoom. I'm sorry, I love the pandemic virtual, recovery life. I get to go to a talent show in Vegas. That's cool. We have speakers from all across the country. I love Zoom. Sorry, this is not an endorsement of Zoom. Narcotics Anonymous does not do that. But if you're interested in checking out the talent show, please let me know. I can get you the information. And thank you, Holly, because I was totally done with speaking. So Holly, take it away.
So since we're talking about areas and positions, I do know that East Valley area really needs a literature chair. Really bad. Jody, I'm going to reach over to you since I couldn't get on last time. Are there any other major positions or any positions?
Yeah, we need a H&I vice chair. We need an alt treasurer. Yes, we need a literature chair. There's all kinds of positions open, all kinds of things that we need help with. So please come get involved.
We tried to kill some time, Matthew.
All right, well, I appreciate that. Another thing I will mention is I know that the newsletter is always looking for new submissions, people who would like to author articles about recovery. It is officially now is a tri-area newsletter called the NA Times. If you're interested in that, Stephanie would be the person to contact. Yes, Stephanie, I did announce bingo. It's okay, you weren't paying attention. I love you anyway. But if you are interested in writing an article for the newsletter, or you just want to be involved in some way, you can reach out to Stephanie and she will be able to guide you in a better direction. And Holly, back to you.
So you guys, real quick, I want to thank everybody on this committee again. There's a steady 6 of us on this committee. We are all holding our positions until we have the actual live event. It takes way more than 6 people to actually have a live event. So anybody that's willing to be of service and wants to join Bluesfest committee as well, we welcome you. That's it.
All right, awesome. I was really hoping somebody's going to pop up in the chat like, hey, also this, hey, we got Grateful Ed. I'm assuming this is an announcement, so I'm going to unmute you and.
Hey, Matt, thanks, Matt. I appreciate it. Actually, I'm at my home group in the heart of Illinois area of Narcotics Anonymous, and normally it would be a guiding principles text study meeting today, but since the Bluesfest is going on, I decided to turn on some of my home group members to the Bluesfest this year. Glad you guys are doing a great job out there. I wanted to ask Stephanie if she could send me some information about the newsletter. The last time I participated in a newsletter was when I lived out in the valley, when there was just one area, the Phoenix area was just in existence before the East Valley and West Valley had ever come into existence. So I would love to submit an article to the newsletter. So if you could message me a link for that or something, Stephanie, I would sincerely appreciate it. Thanks a lot for letting me share, and you guys keep up the great work.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that announcement. I know another thing that Stephanie just hit me up about is phone line. We are always needing volunteers for phone line to be there as that first point of contact for addicts needing a meeting. And I would suggest that if you're interested in that, please reach out to Alex T or to Stephanie, because she's involved in everything. Literally, I thought I do a lot of service, then I met Stephanie. All right, well, I think I have rambled as long as I possibly can, and the next step is for me to start dancing or something, and nobody wants that. So I think we are going to get to our next speaker, which is coming to us all the way from Iowa, and we've got Jen S. Let's get you unmuted here.
Hi, guys. I'm Jennifer, and I'm an addict.
Hey, Jennifer.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I want to make sure that I take time and thank Jody. I think it's, you mentioned all the service positions that were available in your area, and I just know that Jody never misses an opportunity to be of service. She's been of service up in Iowa several times. We've been on several committees together, and I think it's, you know, it's pretty cool that that her service commitment has allowed me the opportunity to share my experience. I want to thank the other speakers as well. Carla, whom I have a very close relationship with, and Bill, both good messages, and it was an honor to hear both of them and be in the sharing in the committee with them here. I guess just to qualify myself, I guess, you know, I always like to say that I grew up in active addiction. I don't know that there was a moment in my life that I wasn't surrounded by people that were using, or criminal behavior, or domestically violent relationships, or just all the things that happen when addicts use. And so from a very early childhood, like a lot of my memories are of violence and fights and you know, like unkept houses. Like my mom wasn't very good at keeping house. My dad was always running around, you know, yelling and screaming, and like that's what I remember. I didn't really realize, like I didn't realize until I was probably in junior high that that wasn't normal. I might have went over to a friend's house, and their home looked different than mine, and so it just was always normal to me. And I learned those behaviors. Like I learned those behaviors before I even picked up, you know, so it came quite natural to me to just use. You know, and I think I'm thinking early junior high is when I picked up my first substance, and it just progressed as it does all through junior high and into high school. And it was just natural. Like I didn't think anything of it. I didn't even put thought to be an addict. I just knew that we used, and that's what we did. So I used, and you know, after working like a couple of sets of steps, working a set of steps, and I'm currently working my second, I've come to realize that a lot of those behavior patterns were based in addiction. You know, I know that like in junior high, I spent a lot of time comparing myself to others. And then in junior high, like I said, I noticed that other families were different. And then I began to see my family as less than, you know, and I seen myself as less than, you know, I wasn't good enough. And really like a lot of those friends, they grew up on the east side too, and their parents used too, but it didn't matter what their parents did or what they did. I always believed that I was less than. You know, they could have been living in the exact same situation as me, and it didn't matter. I wasn't pretty enough. I wasn't smart enough. You know, my parents were drug addicts, and they were going in and out of jail and in and out of treatments, and I just wasn't good enough ever. And And that continued, like it progressed always. Like even my friends doing the same things I'm doing, but they were better than me for some reason. Like my mind or my disease always told me that they were better than me. You know, I progressed on into adulthood. I got pregnant early. You know, I might have got a couple of jobs here and there, but I always used. And I found that, you know, the relationships were, my intimate relationships were skewed. They weren't providing me what normal relationships provide you. Like, you know, picking a boyfriend that wasn't really interested in me, you know, or being interested in a guy that didn't really want to be with me, but just hung out with me because I had a car, or hanging out with this guy just because, you know, just because he's with this group of people and I think that that's what I should do, whether I really liked him or not, you know. And I just continued doing things like that didn't allow me to be myself. Like, I don't know that, like, our literature talks about being restored. And I don't know that I was restored. I don't know that I ever like built myself to be who I was ever. You know, I think that I always spent a lot of time like making myself like the other people that I was around. Like, I don't think that while I was a teenager or in my early 20s that I was ever like really myself. But I did, you know, I had kids and I continued to use, and I got a couple jobs and I continued to use, and I developed some relationships. Some of the relationships that I had, like I mentioned, like the friends that I had, they were naughty to me. Like, they weren't good to me. Like, they lied to me, and they cheated on me, and they stole from me, and that was okay because I didn't think that I was good enough. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't think that I was good enough. So I just let them stay. And it was more fearful and more like traumatizing for me to let them go than it was to just let them continue to abuse me. And that's, you know, boyfriends, best friends, anybody that came into my life, like I would just let them abuse me because I thought that that's all I could get, you know. And you know, so I used, and I know that, you know, I had a couple kids, my boys I had first, and then I had a daughter in 2003. I talk a lot about raising them, and I'm really blunt and honest about the way that I raised them, because I feel like my honesty has allowed myself to be set free from those shames and those guilts. I didn't take care of my kids. They were severely neglected. They were, you know, I locked them in rooms. I didn't provide food for them. Once they got a little bit older and were taking the bus home from school, the three of them, I would not come home sometimes until 9 or 10 o'clock at night. You know, I did all the things that, because I was selfish, you know, like I didn't, using and being accepted in a relationship was worth more to me than being a good mother. And that's, I mean, that's just the reality of my situation, you know. Like, the reality is that I wasn't a good mom. You know, like the difference is, though, while I was going through that, like, I continued to convince myself that I was. You know, I didn't realize that those things were happening until I worked a set of steps. Like, I did all those things while I was telling myself, well, there's food in the house, they can feed themselves, right? And I think Carla talked a little bit about that. Like, you know, I paid the heat bill, so it's not freezing cold, you know, except for that one time that I didn't. And you know, like you know, we're doing drugs in my bedroom, like we're not doing it right in front of them, so it's okay, right? And like I just continue to like justify all of my behaviors to allow it to be okay. Like, I tell people a lot of times, like, it's not that addicts don't believe that what they're doing is wrong. In order to survive our actions, we have to convince ourselves. I have to convince myself that it's okay, you know, just to survive myself, you know. And if I had actually admitted some of those things, I would have probably been suicidal. Like, I don't know that I could have just stayed and continued to do what I was doing, you know. So that, like, those types of behaviors carried on through the majority of my kids' life. I think my youngest, she's 17, going on 17 now. I think she was I believe that she was 9 when I first stepped into the rooms of Narcotics Anonymous. And so they remember, like they remember my active addiction very clearly, and they talk about it. And sometimes they make jokes about it, and you know, sometimes I laugh with them, but sometimes that's kind of painful. You know, it is kind of painful to be reminded of your failures by your grown children that were lucky enough to survive, I suppose. You know, my kids did survive my active addiction. So when I got into recovery, I was really at the end of the line, I guess. You know, at that point, I was not working. I had given up my job. I did not have a place to live. I had given up my home. I did not have a car. I didn't have my kids. I had given them all up. And you know, there was a man involved in that, but at the same time, like I just wanted to use, you know, I wanted to live that lifestyle, and I made very conscious and real, and I made deliberate decisions that put me in that situation. Like I remember making the choice to send my kids to live with their dad. Like I remember that, and I remember, you know, walking up and down the street, just homeless. I slept in a couple of laundry rooms in some apartment complexes, like just doing the shittiest things. Like I was just in the shittiest place. And like I remember how my spirit felt. Like they say that like your spirit is dead. They talk about that spiritual death in Narcotics Anonymous, and that's where I was. Like I just like I was like a robot. Like there was no love in me anymore at that point. You know, what got me into recovery was that feeling, but I needed an opportunity, or I needed something to hold myself accountable. Like I knew myself enough to know that I needed to be held accountable. So I actually just happened to be in trouble for driving without a license, and I went in front of that judge, being offered 15 days to take care of that charge. And I asked that judge for help. You know, I told him if I do 15 days, I'm going to get out, and it's just going to get worse. Like I told him that I was broken. You know, I admitted to him that I was using drugs and I could not stop, and I asked for help. Many people, including I think the judge and my lawyer, thought I was crazy. And I was really, like I really actually, like I was crazy at that point. And I knew that like there was nothing like that I needed to be institutionalized. I couldn't be free on the street anymore. And so there began my journey of recovery. You know, I started in a 30-day treatment facility. I was on fire for recovery. I just wanted to be clean. I was bouncing around and going to every group, and everything was awesome. And I was happy to be there. You know, I mean, I had came from living on the street. So having a bed to sleep in, even if I shared the room with another addict, having a meal to eat, even if I was standing in line to go get it, like everything about that place, I was just grateful for. Like it was I remember it to be one of the happiest moments, you know, that beginning part of my recovery. I remember going to Narcotics Anonymous meetings, and they brought meetings into us, and hearing hope. Like I just heard my story, you know, and there was a couple that came in and told their story, and it sounded so much like mine, you know, and they were these like grown-up people, and they like had raised their kids, and their kids were grown-ups, and they had grandkids, and they had a house. And I'm like, man, like I want that. Like I want a real life. And here I am, like a couple of bags of clothes and like nothing. And I'm like, well, maybe, you know what I mean? Like just maybe I could do that. Like I don't know for real. And I'm kind of thinking no, but if these people did, and really their situation was worse than mine, maybe I can, you know. And so I went to meetings when I got out of treatment. I can say that I did not stay clean. After 6 months of being just barely participating in Narcotics Anonymous. And what I mean by that is like I would go to the meetings, and I would talk to people at the meetings, and I might go out to eat a little bit after the meetings, but they weren't people Narcotics Anonymous was not a part of my life. You know, it was just a thing that I did occasionally. And eventually what happened was that old relationship came back into the picture, and I was hanging out in dope houses, and they were congratulating me for being clean, and eventually I picked up and I used, and I can't, like, I don't know that it was a relapse, because I feel like I was like, I mean, like, I was going to meetings, and I was, you know, purposely staying clean, but I was not like practicing recovery as I know it today. You know what I mean? Like, I was not being of service to my fellowship. Like, I wasn't being of service to Narcotics Anonymous. I wasn't working the steps. I was not really even reading literature. I wasn't working with a sponsor. Like, I had picked up a sponsor and she told me to call her, and I maybe called her a few times. I think I made a gratitude list. But I hadn't given myself the opportunity to I hadn't given myself an opportunity to really heal from my disease. Like, I hadn't taken steps to heal myself, and so it was easy for me to just use. Like, it wasn't like you know, in comparison, if I were to look at the same situation today, like there's too many things in place to protect me from myself. Like, at that point in time, I didn't have that, you know, and so I used, and there fell the consequences. Like, remember when I said that, like, I held myself accountable? I told the judge I want to be held accountable. Well, I was on probation, and I couldn't drop clean for my probation officer, and she sent me to jail, and then I had to go to treatment again, and then, you know, that time it was different, you know, like that time it was different, and I was broken, and I couldn't get up. I couldn't get up to go to the groups, and I barely could stand in line. My anxiety, like, I'd only been out probably, like, I'd only used for like 30 days, and by the time I got back, like, my skin was crawling, and I felt sick to my stomach, and like I was in so much pain I could barely even, like, I couldn't even barely breathe. My chest was so heavy, you know, and I just stayed, you know. Like, I know that there was a member that there was a gal that was working at the treatment facility that now I know her, that she used to be a member of Narcotics Anonymous, but she used to sit by my bed and she would tell me, "We love you, Jennifer. We love you. Just get up, you know, just try, you know, just stay, you know, just be here. Like, you're good. We love you. You're going to be fine." Like, she would just sit and encourage me and, like, give me hope and give me love. And, like, and I really didn't understand why. Like, I didn't, at that point, I felt so shitty. Like, I felt such like a piece of crap. Like, I knew that, like, my daughter, like, I wasn't home, and I had disappeared. Like, I literally fell off the face of the earth for 30 days, and nobody knew where I was. Like, nobody could find me, because I was, like, actually what I was doing is I was sitting in a chair in a corner at a dope house playing a video game for 30 days. Like, I'm not, like, for real. That's exactly what I was doing. And I was just so broken that I had left her, and, like, I stopped using, and it was just a gross feeling. And all I wanted was to go back to Narcotics Anonymous. Like, that's all I wanted. Like, I knew that that's where my home was, and I knew that there was I knew that was my solution. But I had to do some things before I could even, like, my probation officer wanted me to go to this 30-day treatment, and then I had to go to this halfway house, and, like, you know, so it took me a minute. It took me a minute to get back to the rooms of Narcotics Anonymous. But once I did, like, I knew I was home, right? I think it wasn't shortly after that I asked my current sponsor to be my sponsor. She's been my sponsor now for almost 7 years. And I can say that, like, you know, I talked a little bit about the relationships I had with women before Narcotics Anonymous. And I can say that relationship, coupled with a few others, really impacted my ability to have a loving and kind relationship with a woman. Like, I did not trust women. They were skeezy and nasty, and they were just shitty. Like, every woman I came across manipulated me or stole from me or something. Like, there was not, you know, I had no relationships that I can say up until that point that I could trust. So I started working with a sponsor at Narcotics Anonymous, you know, and I started working the steps and really like investing in my recovery. Like I actually took time and effort to like put effort and time and put my spirit into my recovery. You know, I started working the step working guide, and my sponsor, as committed as she is, she met with me every Thursday. I mean, shit, for probably 5 years. Like, I don't know that we ever went a week. Very, very rarely, maybe once, twice, 3 times in 5 years that we did not visit with each other on a Thursday and work some steps on a Thursday. Like, I hit it hard and I worked my recovery with everything I had because, like, you know, like at that point, like I couldn't go back. Like, like, I'm telling myself, like, I can't do that again. Like there's no way I'm going to let that happen. Like I have to do everything in my power. And the solutions in Narcotics Anonymous told me work steps with a sponsor, be of service, go to meetings, fellowship, like read your literature. It told me all the things and I did all the things, you know, and I did them all the time, you know, and at that time, like I didn't have my kids living with me. And so I put all of my spirit and all of my time into Narcotics Anonymous and it saved my life. Like it really put me in a situation where I could build myself back up, you know, and you know, I worked through. I feel like it took me a little bit of time to work the steps, even working every single week. It took me I think close to two years to work all the steps. And then we work the traditions and then we work the concepts. But I can tell you that like that relationship I was able to build where I could be just completely utterly honest about who I am and not feel judged and just feel loved. You know, that sponsor relationship that just allows you to put it all on the table. Like the other night, Carla and I were in a meeting together and she talked about how I used to compare other people's outsides with my insides, and that's part of the reason why I always thought everybody was better than me. Like I feel like in Narcotics Anonymous I started to share my insides. Like I started to share my insides with other addicts and they shared their insides with me, and we realized like we're the same and it's okay to be who we are. Like it doesn't, like, because I feel like a piece of shit doesn't mean I'm a piece of shit, right? And then those people get to build you up, you know. Like I have shared recently in the past like a few months that like even though I'm surrounded by people that love me, sometimes I still feel really fucking shitty. Like I still feel like garbage. And so those members that I share with continue to remind me like you're not garbage. Like you are special to me. And I love you and you're beautiful and like you're talented and you're smart and all the things that I tell myself that I'm not. Members of Narcotics Anonymous remind me that I am, you know, and I just think that's really cool. You know, I think it's a really unique opportunity that we get to share with each other across the world that other people don't get to share, you know, and even in that, like, because I am like that, I get to share those things with other people in my family, you know, like I get to, you know, my aunt's gone through some things recently and I get to build her up and show her that she can do this and that and give her love where she doesn't receive it and all the things. And Narcotics Anonymous taught me that stuff, you know. You know, so I'll talk a little bit about choice. I think I wanted to talk a little bit about how, you know, early in my recovery, I used to, that was one of the words I always fell back on is like, I have a choice, right? Like I could use, but I can also stay clean, right? Like I have a choice. Like Narcotics Anonymous gives me an opportunity to make my own decisions and have a choice. And today, given that, like I know that I could, you know, I could go out and use, and I could change my lifestyle and all the things, but now, like having experience in Narcotics Anonymous, like I would not choose to be anywhere else. Like I would not choose to be using or going to have a drink or doing all whatever the things that other people do. Like my choices lie in the service of Narcotics Anonymous. My choices lie in the service of my fellow members. My choices lie in like improving my recovery and like adding to my life and building up my home and my education and my career and my children and all the things. Like them are where my choices lie. And today, like, I choose to be an active participant in my life, you know. And it's not like something that I have to do. Like, it's not like I don't go to work because I have to go to work. I go to work because I choose to go to work, you know. And I didn't know that before. Like, all the things that like I do today, like back when I was you know, in my 20s, like I didn't know. Like I can say that the true essence of the word ignorant, like I had no clue that there was an opportunity to be this spiritually connected to my life, you know. And that being said, like I still I still can be pretty shitty, you know. I still have an attitude sometimes with my loved ones, especially my loved ones, I think, you know. But I know that today, like I am here and I'm committed to those relationships. You know, I still work steps with my sponsor. You know, I just recently attained my bachelor's degree, and that was super hard. I did it all online. And so I had to put some stuff aside and rearrange some things that I was doing. And I had some consequences of that, you know, like what I did is I slowed down on my working steps. I went to a few less meetings, and I was just less available for sponsees. Like I just rearranged some things. So I cut out some women's retreats. I didn't go to some conventions, like just some things that I normally do. And I can say that, like, it's just like when they say, when you go back to using, that you go like that, you go back to where you left off, like, or like you have to start from the beginning or whatever. And I think that, like, I feel like when I done that, like I took myself a few steps back, which, you know, like, which is okay. Like I didn't use, I was always in recovery. I never left, but I had to kind of start from the beginning again, you know, like doing the thing, like just meetings and just staying clean and making phone calls and maintaining relationships. Like, you know, I just had to go back and really reintegrate recovery into my daily life, you know. And that's been pretty powerful, I think. Like, you know, I'm still growing, and you know, I have a few years clean, but not, you know, a lot years clean. But I just feel like I feel like I'm still in that point where I'm continuing to grow in Narcotics Anonymous, you know. So I guess I would talk about service. Like I've had my service commitments that I've had. Oh gosh, since I got clean, like I have I've been of service to our noon meetings on a really very consistent basis. I've been of service to a couple of conventions, women's retreats, and just lots of group positions. And now I'm of service right now to our area office. And I think that one of the things, ways that service commitments helped me in my recovery is they just allowed me to always be in the middle, and allowed me to be in constant contact with addicts, even when I didn't like want to be. I guess there's been times in my recovery that I've taken a service commitment and I've regretted it. But I can say that that in the end, I was proud of myself for completing that service commitment, and I was happy for the experience. You know, service is hard. It's challenging, and it's really, like, I find that it's a really good opportunity to practice my traditions, and to apply those in my everyday life. I think with doing that, it's like the first area where we get to apply those traditions. I've been able to apply the traditions to my work life and in my family, and you know, I just continue to do that. So I think I like recently I've taken on a lot of other responsibilities that are new to me, and I continue to reach out to members in Narcotics Anonymous for support and for help. And what I have found is that that they are more than willing to assist and to just be there to support me and to love me. You know, and I'm just super grateful for that. Like, you know, I always say that I'm grateful for the opportunity because there are like so many addicts out there that don't even know that Narcotics Anonymous exists. And for me, that's like really, really very powerful. Like, and so devastating. Like, it's just so sad that like even those that like know that it exists, but just can't like, they just can't let go for even a half a second to just see that it's possible. Like the disease is so powerful and has such a grip on their spirit that like they can't even for 1 second realize that it's an option, you know. And for some reason, you know, like I don't know why my higher power found fit to put me in Narcotics Anonymous. Like I can't say why I'm lucky. Like I don't know why I was chosen. But I'm just so grateful. Like my gratitude is like through the roof that like I know where I was headed. Like I watched it happen to my friends, like the people I was hanging out with. Like I know at that point like where I was going. And I'm still today like only one use away from that, right? Like I'm still just one use away from being back where I came from. And to be an addict that has had the opportunity to sit in the rooms in Narcotics Anonymous and feel that spiritual connection, you know. We talked about the other night that the heartbeat of NA speaks when one addict shares with another. And that's a feeling like it's indescribable. Like you can't, like it's hard to like describe to somebody who doesn't know it. But it's so easy to describe to somebody who does. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if you've ever tried to like explain that to a family member and they're just like, what are you, you know, they don't get it. And then like you say it or insinuate it to another addict and they're like, yeah, like I understand. You know, it's that spirit of Narcotics Anonymous that just like travels through us from state to state, or like, you know, just a phone call, or just the fact that people answer my phone calls, man. Like they answer my phone calls and they make sure that they call me back. And like and you know, you can look around the room and just see people like identifying and shaking their heads, and like, you know, your friends, like they come and hug you after you share something intimate, you know, and in a meeting, or you know, just that spirit that is really a medication, you know, like it's really like the treatment I need to stay clean, just, you know, when I'm not in a meeting, you know. And so I you know, like I can't express enough how grateful I am that Narcotics Anonymous has taught me like a new way to live. Like I've learned how to be a friend, learned how to be a mother. I've learned how to share with other addicts. And like when I was a child, I used to like imagine this thing that happened where I would walk into the room and everybody would be happy I was coming. Like everybody would be happy I was there. And people would be like, oh, Jennifer, you're here. And they'd come and they'd give me hugs and they'd be like, oh, I can't wait to tell you this. And like I didn't know. I mean, God, I had to been like 10. Like I wasn't very old, right? And I didn't know what that was. I didn't realize what that was until the spirit of Narcotics Anonymous in the rooms, until I stepped in the rooms in Narcotics Anonymous. And like, even when people didn't know me, right, they're coming to hug me and they're telling me I'm glad you're here. And like it wasn't that long ago when I put that together and I understood like I was always meant to be here. Like I just know that like I was always meant to be in the rooms of Narcotics Anonymous, and I was always meant to share my experience and my hope. Like I was always meant to touch people's hearts and like and share with them and allow them and like tell people like you can, like it's real, it's really happening. Like addicts are really fucking recovering all around the world, and like it's possible, right? Like you can do it too, right? You know, and look what I've done, right? And you have that opportunity as well. You can do all the things that I've done. And if you don't want to do those things, then you can do all the things that she's done or he's done, or like find some things you want to do and just go fucking do them. Like Narcotics Anonymous has allowed me to do all that. And like, I'm super grateful and just so happy that I get to share that with others. And I am going to go ahead and close with that.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to go ahead and unmute real quick so we can all give some love to Jen. Give me 1 second. Ask everybody.
Hey, Jen.
Hey, Jen.
Hey.
Hey, Jen. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Let me mute everybody again.
Thanks,
here.
Jen.
Got one more in there. All right. All right. Thank you again, Jen, very much for your experience, strength, and hope. That's awesome. All right. Before we bring up our next band sets, I do want to, again, make a couple announcements because I'm sorry for people who've been here the whole time. You're going to get very sick of hearing the same announcements and seeing the same thing popping up in chat. But for people who haven't been here and they don't know how to get shirts or how to donate to the 7th tradition, I have to keep going. You know, repetition, that's how we learn, right? That's how we get stuff done. So first and foremost, if you're interested in donating to our 7th tradition for Bluesfest 26, we ask that you please use Venmo. I'm putting the information into the chat literally right this second. So if you are interested in donating to the 7th tradition, please mention in the payment on Venmo that this is for the 7th tradition. There is a memo section on Venmo. It's very important that you mention that, because if not, we're not going to know what the money's for. So please mention if it is for the 7th tradition. Also, we have some amazing t-shirts and tank tops. We do not have a bunch of them. We did a limited order of them currently. But we have women's tank tops available size small to XXL. We have t-shirts that are available from small to size 4XL. But again, limited quantities of all of them. All of the t-shirts are $15 a piece. I'm sorry, all of the shirts, t-shirts or tank tops are $15 a piece. If you are local and you are interested in purchasing one and meeting up for it, that can be corresponded between Holly and can be figured out as to when that can occur. If you are out of state and are interested in purchasing a shirt, there is an additional delivery fee that will be associated with it. So please make sure that you do pay the delivery fee as well. It will be, yes, I got you, Holly. I will turn it over to you before the next band. So if you are making a purchase of a shirt and you're out of state, please include the delivery charge. If you are purchasing one shirt, it will be an additional $7.75. If you're purchasing more than that, it will be $8.30. So again, please make sure that you include that. Also, please make sure that you include which type of shirt, if it's a shirt or a t-shirt or a tank top, and which size you are purchasing in the memo. Because if we just get something that just says shirt, we don't know what you want. And we want to make sure everybody gets what they want. So I will put that information in the chat as well. Give me 1 second. Boom, copy that and put that in the chat. And also, after our next band, the set is about an hour long, and then we'll be having our final speaker. So I did see he was involved in here earlier. I'm going to see if we can get him in as well, because we are running early. And so I want to make sure that we will be able to continue this flow going. And I'm going to turn it over to the chair of Bluesfest, Holly S., to make another announcement and speak to all of us. So go ahead, Holly.
Thank you, Matthew. You're doing an awesome job, way better than I ever would have been able to do trying to run this. So you guys, I know that we're ahead of schedule, and Jody and I have been chatting back and forth, and we came up with an amazing idea to kill some time. However, I am going to turn it over to Jody to do so. So she has, give me 2 seconds. I apologize. She has these amazing book covers that she even sent me one in the mail when I got my 5 years a couple days ago a week ago or whatever it was. So we're going to, however Jody figured it out, give away a few.
Yes, thank you, Holly. Yeah, so here's what I'm going to do is we're going to give away a few. I'm going to like just kind of scroll to the participants list and where it stops. Then if you just want to send us your private message, Holly or I, your address and your name, and I will send them out to you guys. So at least it'll be something. I don't know. We're just trying to like, we're having so much fun with here. So Mick T. So Mick T, if you want to send us your address and your name so that I can make sure it gets to you just in case, we'll have one that way. Cindy S. Cindy S from San Diego.
Yeah, Cindy, San Diego!
Yeah, so go ahead and send that to us and we will get that out to you. Troy.
How many people? Nick T.
Nick T, Cindy S from San Diego, and then I just had Troy. There's no last initial or state or anything, so I don't know who that is.
Yeah, Troy! Woo!
We have Grateful Ed. So how many is that? 4?
Yeah! I think each time I cheer, it adds an extra couple seconds. So, we're just trying to extend the time here.
Good job, Matthew. Good job.
Yes, yes. So again, all the book covers, they're actually, I can tell you a little bit about them. It's from somebody here that I grew up with in the Narcotics Anonymous community in the Des Moines area in Iowa. And he hand makes them. He hands them out to the newcomers. It costs you a hug. So he will give them out. He's given me a stack full because he likes me to hand them out. But of course, there's been no meetings, live meetings really, and I don't get to see a lot of newcomers. So we donate them to different things. And they're all over the world, actually. We spent time at World in Florida trying to get them to all 50 states and any country we could get them to. So they're all over the place. No two are really alike because they're handmade. He does them. That's what he does in his spare time. Keeps them clean, got them going. So that's what we do. So we'll go to somebody else. Jack M. So, I think that's been 5, right, guys?
That is 5.
Okay, we'll do one more. I know I have at least 6 sitting in my bag there. And then Tony G.
You ain't got to send that very far.
Is that your Tony? Now you'll both have book covers, so you can quit being jealous.
You can go ahead and pick somebody else, Jody.
Are you sure?
Yeah, he's got one, and I'd like to see it to go to somebody that's not
okay.
part of the committee.
Let's do it. John H. in Phoenix.
John H.
Yeah, John! Woo! Also, everybody who's sending me your addresses, I very much appreciate it. But if you wouldn't mind, please send them to Holly directly because she's going to be the one who's keeping track of the addresses, I believe. That's why I see her, I believe, holding a pen. There we go. So if you wouldn't mind sending those to Holly, please, because if they go to me, they're going to get lost and I'm never going to send out the book things. So please.
We don't want that. You guys to collect what you've
exactly.
So let's give the spin one. So
all right, you guys, thank you. I will get these addresses over to Jody. Jody actually does the books covers, so they are separate from the shirts. But if you're messaging me to get a hold of a shirts, you already have my info. So
perfect. All right. So do we want to go to the next band or do you want me to go downstairs to my garage and pull bingo numbers and we can start calling bingo or something? I don't know. What do we want to do?
Hey, Matthew, what about a scavenger hunt?
We could do a scavenger hunt. We could definitely do a scavenger hunt. We did that.
I like that idea.
All right. Well, please hold. I have to pull up the information real quick. All right, so we are going to do a scavenger hunt. And I don't know what we're going to give away as a scavenger hunt. We're going to give away a shirt for the prize because I'm going to buy a shirt for whoever it is that wins. So there you go. So what we are going to do is there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things on this scavenger hunt list. All right. And what we're going to do is I'm going to set a timer for 5 minutes. But to win the scavenger hunt, you need to have all 7 things within the 5 minutes. And the first person who gets back to their screen with all 7 things in hand will be the winner. So please don't come back to your computer or to your connection with 4 of the things and say, hey, I got them, because you don't. You have to have all 7. So it will probably take less than the 5 minutes, but we're going to put a 5-minute timer on the clock regardless. So I'm going to screen share this in as soon as I get a timer ready to go. And then what we're going to need to do is for you to, when you get back to your computer, you need to raise your hand. Whoever raises their hand first will be the first person that we go through. And if you have all 7, then you will be the winner. So everybody who's going to participate, and everybody can participate or nobody can participate, whatever you want. I'll just go find the 7 things and I'll win. But everybody who wants to participate, please raise your hand within the computer. Don't sit there waving your hand because I can't do anything with that. I'm not able to keep track of everybody. So if you are ready to get this scavenger hunt underway, we're going to now set a timer for 5 minutes. And the list is live. So if you can find these 7 items first, please raise your hand once you get back. These are the 7 items that you must have in hand. First person to raise their hand, I will then unmute you. We will check and make sure you have all of them. And if not, then we will go to the next person. But we officially are waiting to see who gets their hand up first. Hopefully somebody has all 7, because if not, I don't know what we're going to do after that, but hopefully. And on that list, NA merchandise can be anything. You have a former Bluesfest shirt. You have one of these New Year's shirts. You have one of these awesome Arkna face masks that also are for sale by yours truly. Shameless plug. You have your basic text around here. We need a white key tag. Doesn't matter which language. Oh, wait, we got Albert. Let's get you and stop this share. All right, let's go ahead, ask you to unmute, and let's pin your video here. Let's see, do you have all 7?
Yep, I have all 7. So I have
you got an IP? All right.
Whole stack of them.
All right.
Hand sanitizers.
All right.
Key tag.
Yeah, but we need a welcome key tag.
Oh, welcome. All right, I'll be right back.
All right, let's see if anybody else gets their hand up in time. You have a chance to come and sneak it. You can win. You can win. You can
welcome
win.
Key tag. I got a whole bag of them. Toilet paper.
All right.
Basic text.
All right.
A mask.
There it is.
And NA merchandise.
There we go. We've got a winner. All right. Well done. Albert, you'll get your info to, everybody, and we'll go from there. So great job. Let's mute. Let's lower that hand. All right. Very well done. That was fun. We definitely are going to need to come up with some more in-depth ones. Stephanie, let's put our brains together. Let's make something difficult. Let's do that. So great job, everybody. That was definitely fun, and it added 5 minutes. So hooray. Well done for us. I think it's time to go to the next band. Yes.
Okay, hold on, real quick. Hold on. I think I might be lying. Give me 2 seconds, just so I can make sure we get the book covers taken care of. John H., you're already good. Jack, Grateful Ed. Hold on. I think I have another one, but I gotta remember. I want to make sure we get all the. I have Cindy. She's good. So I do not have a
Mick
T or a Troy info. So if you want your book covers, send the info. If you don't want it, that's okay. You can decline it and we can find 2 other people.
Mick just wrote me, so I'm guessing he probably does. If you can go ahead and write Holly, get that info over there, be perfect.
You said Nick?
Mick, yeah, Mick T.
And now we just need Troy.
Mick said find someone else. He's fine with that.
Okay. I don't know.
We want to find somebody else?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. How about Rebecca L?
Yeah, Rebecca! Woo! If you would like an awesome book cover, please send your contact information to Holly S. We just need your address, and we'll get that sent out to you.
The only other one other than Rebecca is Troy. We don't have info for Troy.
All right, do we want to give Troy a little more time to respond there, or?
Yeah, we can do that. I'm just saying I was trying to catch up. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm cooking dinner and doing Bluesfest.
Well, let's say this: if he doesn't respond by the time the band gets done, we'll do it again after. How's that sound?
Alrighty, sounds
Perfect.
good.
That work?
I love it. I absolutely love it. Then we will, okay, Rebecca L, we've got you. I see your hand raised. Let me go ahead and, oh, your hand is no longer raised. If you are trying to, if you can, please just send your information over to Holly, and she will go ahead and you guys can correspond and coordinate the sending of that book cover. All right. So again, you know, if you're interested in shirts, merchandise, 7 Tradition, I'll put it in the chat. I'll put it in the chat after this next band. But it is time for our third and final band of the day. Again, if there's any issues with the streaming of the band, please go ahead to the attached YouTube link that I am putting into the chat right now. But if not, then go ahead and enjoy. Also, as I said last time, please don't send me any chat notifications, because when the band is streaming, I can't see anything. So if you need anything, please contact one of the other people with an asterisk next to their name. And without any further ado, let's start the process of getting this band streaming.
Ready? Let's rock it out. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
him down.
Oh yeah.
Tell me what you did.
You can call it what you want.
All right. Everybody having fun out there? Little doobies. Down along the corner, half a mile from here, see them both be done, and you watch them disappear. That love, where would you be now? That love. Thought I saw Miss Lucy down along the track. She lost her home and her family, and she won't be coming back. That love, where would you be now? Na, na, na. Feeling always central in the southern Santa Fe. Gotta keep on pushing, mama. You know they're running late. That love, where would you be now? Na, na, na. That love. Tell you, boys. Feeling always central, southern Santa Fe. Gotta keep on pushing, mama. You know they're running late. That love, where would you be now? Na, na, na. That love. Pistons keep on turning, and the wheels go round and round, and the steel wheel is cold and hot, and the mountain ain't no doubt. That love, where would you be now? Na, na, na. That love, where would you be now? Hey! Ooh, baby, 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 won't you move it out? Baby, 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 won't you move it out? And the big train runs, and the train is moving on. Got to keep on moving. 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 Hey! That love, where would you be now? Thank you. Thank you very much. Stop it around a little bit. All right. Well, we're not in the park this year. We're not enjoying the sunshine and fresh air. But I hope you're all enjoying yourselves at home.
enjoying the music that we're providing you. Here's a song that Sherry's going to sing us called St. James.
I went down to St. James Infirmary, where I saw my baby there. He was stretched out on a long cold white table, so cold, so sweet, so fair. Let him go, God bless him. Wherever he may be, he can search this whole wide world over, but he'll never find a sweetheart like me. stretched out on a long cold white table, 'cause I put him there.
Woo! Jamming, eh? Yeah.
Well, sometimes I go out by myself and I look across the water, and I think of all the things what you do. And in my head I paint a picture. Since I come on home, well, my body's been a mess, and I miss your ginger hair and the way you like to dress. Why don't you come on over, start making a fool out of me? Why
reflection of the sea. And all your life will ever be.
Hey, I want to take this time just to thank Narcotics Anonymous for letting us be here and join. Once again, we weren't here last year, but we were here for 5 years before that, and it's just a privilege to be here again and help raise awareness and raise funds for Narcotics Anonymous. We love you guys, and we're glad to be here. So on to our next one. Sherry's going to sing a song called Rhiannon.
Rhiannon rings like a bell through the night, and once you love to love her, she rules her life like a bird in flight, and who will be her lover? All your life you've never seen a woman taken by the wind. Would you stay if she promised you heaven? Will you ever win? She is like a cat in the dark, and then she is the darkness. She rules her life like a fine skylark, and when the night is starless, all your life you've never seen a woman taken by the wind. Would you stay if she promised you heaven? Will you ever win? Or will you ever win? Rhiannon rings like a bell through the night, and once you love to love her, she rules her life like a bird in flight, and who will be her lover? All your life you've never seen a woman taken by the wind. Would you stay if she promised you heaven? Will you ever win? Will you ever win? Taken by the sky, taken by the sky, taken by the sky. Hello, girl, and you sing. Dreams unwind
Doobie Brothers song called China Grove. Having a little too much fun in here, guys. No, we're not recovering addicts. All right, coming up next, a little bit of SRB, Stevie Ray Vaughan, something called Pride and Joy. Well, you heard about love, give sight to the blind. My baby's loving cause the sun shines. She's a sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm her little lover boy. Yeah, I love my baby, my heart and soul. Go. She's a sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's a sweet little baby. I'm her little lover boy. Yeah, I love my little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm her little lover boy. Take it away, Kenny. Like the finest of wine, stick with her until the end. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm her little lover boy. Yeah, love my baby, my heart and soul. Love like I won't never go. My sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm her little lover boy. Take it away, Michael. Woo! Sweet little thing. She's my sweet little baby. I'm her little lover boy. All right. I get to do one of my favorite songs of all time ever. Narcotics Anonymous. You guys have heard this for at least 5 times when we play there. So it's my favorite song by the Doobie Brothers called Listen to the Music. Much love. And we're rolling? Okay, cool. We can go.
seemed like you were stumbling over the lyrics. I thought maybe we were playing it too fast. That's all good though. Now they can cut it.
We're all friends here.
Yeah.
Right? All right, we're gonna end it up with Sweet Home Chicago.
Let's get started.
Woo!
Ready. Yeehaw. Oh my God, really? Hey, we're gonna donate this head to the first caller who called.
1-800, this head sucks.
We'll pay you to take it away.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I got it.
Sweet home Chicago. 1 and 1 is 2, 2 and 2 is 8. Come on out, baby, don't you make me wait. I'm on home. Baby, don't you wanna go to the same old place? Sweet home Chicago.
song, guys. I want to go ahead and try to introduce everybody in this group. Starting in the back of the room. The backbone to this whole thing. My man, Chuck Mandich on drums. Give me a little bit. Give me a little bit. Right next to him, to his right, my man, I hope the last bass player that I'll ever need. My man, Lars Petrini on bass. Give me a little bit, brother. Dressed in blue tonight. Looks like he's fresh off the golf course. My man on rhythm guitar, lead vocals as well too, Mr. Michael Madigan. Give me a little. Here we go. My man, master of the disaster over there. He is the man on guitar. The reason we sound so colorfully beautiful. My man, Kenny Castaneda on guitar. Give me a little bit, brother. Garcia. This is Zero Tolerance, and you know, I play a little bit of sax. I play a little keys too, not tonight, and I like to sing a little bit, you know. So I want to thank everybody for allowing us to be here. And last but not least, she's the reason we look so good up here. My girl Sherry.
Baby.
Thank you and good night.
Thanks, guys. Hope you guys have a great time and listen to these wonderful speakers. God bless you all. Peace out.
All right, thank you very much, Zero Tolerance. Let's get my camera back on there. Hopefully everybody enjoyed our last band of the day. Before we get into our final speaker of the day, want to do a couple more announcements. I know you guys are probably very sick of hearing them, but nonetheless, we push on. First and foremost, if you would like to donate to the 7th tradition for this event. Please use Venmo. The username is Bluesfest NA. I will put it into the chat, and please make sure to mention that it is for the 7th tradition. Also, if you're looking for t-shirts, we will be using the same Venmo name, but please mention that it is for a t-shirt and the size requested. T-shirts are $15 a piece. We have t-shirts and we have tank tops. They range in size from small to 4XL for the t-shirts, and for the women's tank tops, they're small to 2XL. If you are local and you're wanting to simply pick one up, again, it's just $15, and you can coordinate getting the actual shirt from Holly. If you are out of state and are needing to have them shipped, we are using USPS Priority Mail, and it will be an additional $7.75 for one shirt and $8.30 if you purchase more than one shirt. I will add all of this to the chat so everybody can keep track of it. Again, I see you, Holly. I got you. Massively important that you make sure to post what the size and shirt style is that you are getting within that. And Holly, yes.
Never mind.
Okay.
That was already answered. I didn't think he was going to say it. He answered.
Okay, perfect. And then also we just simply ask after the conclusion of our final speaker that the members of this subcommittee please hang out for a couple minutes just to do a debrief, if you will, and just do all of that. So please, everybody, hang out. Another announcement that anybody who is wanting to share the speakers or the music sets, all of that will be available on YouTube. It will probably take a couple days to get it edited and properly up onto YouTube. But once they are up there, you will be able to either watch this entire live stream in its entirety by simply searching for NAAZ Bluesfest. I will probably just put something like live stream edition, or each one of the individual speakers, which we will have each one of them listed, again, by searching for AZ NA Bluesfest 26. And you will be able to relive all of the magic that we have been partaking in since 10 o'clock this morning. So yes, please come and check that out. Any other, Holly? Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so Jody, thank you for reminding me because I almost forgot. I have Cindy's address. I have Grateful Ed. I have Jack's. I have John's. I have Rebecca's. And I have one other, but that's it. So I have I
believe Troy was the other one that we hadn't heard back from yet. And I don't see him on here anymore.
Was there a Peter? Was it Peter? Peter S?
I don't remember hearing that name, but sure, he could become Troy.
Perfect, because I have his address.
All right, good. Then Peter. All right. Awesome. Well, again, I just want to, thank everybody for partaking in this event. I think it's been very successful. Hopefully everybody's had a nice, fun, relaxing Sunday full of recovery and great blues music. Again, shout out to the whole subcommittee, especially you, Holly, for putting all this together. I came into the process at the end, so I appreciate all of the hard work that you guys implemented and partook throughout this process. If there's no other announcements, anybody have any other announcements? I could give another one. I mean, Nocona, first ever Nocona, Northern Arizona Convention of Narcotics Anonymous is going to be happening the weekend following Thanksgiving. That is the 27th, 28th, 29th, I believe. It is going to be an in-person convention, and it's their very first one. Really bad timing that their first convention is in the middle of a pandemic, but we are addicts and we press on. It is going to be live with masks mandatory everywhere. It's going to be operating at half capacity. Socially distancing, all the CDC guidelines will be followed to keep an atmosphere of safety as well as recovery. If you would like more information about that, you can check out www.arizona-na.org. I believe they are doing room specials up at the casino that it's up at. I don't have a ton of information about it, but I know there are tons of people who have tons of information, so ask them, not me. Also, if you're interested in being an author for the newsletter is always looking for people. Stephanie would love to hear from you. If you have any writing ability, even if you don't have writing ability, come through, write some articles. They'll probably make the newsletter, and then you'll get good writing ability. So hit Stephanie up. She's got an asterisk next to her name right up there. So hit her up and she will get information from you, and you will be part of the newsletter. Also, if you want to help out with Helpline, is it phone? I think it's actually called the phone line now, not Helpline. I apologize. Phone line is desperately needing people to help be that first point of contact for addicts looking for help. And it's a great way to be of service. Stephanie can point you in the right direction, which will probably be the direction to Alex T. And Holly looks like she has something else to say, so I'm going to shut up. Take it away.
So actually, I was just asked if I could announce that R&B, Recovery and Beyond, is open 7 days a week at noon and 7 p.m. And their business meeting will be also in person, this coming up business meeting.
Awesome. Thank you. I'll do one more announcement because, why not? We're almost right to on time, so well done for us. But Phoenix Area Activities Committee is having another virtual bingo night because the last two have been pretty successful. So we're going to have a speaker at 7:30 p.m. Then we're going to have a short break to teach everybody or refresh everybody's virtual bingo skills. Then we're going to have a costume contest. So show up in your spooky season gear. Or not, and just, I want to wear something Marvel. So I don't know which Marvel character I'm going to be, but you should come through and find out. So it's going to be fun. That's going to be $5. We're going to have a $5 costume contest. And then we're going to get into bingo, which is 10 games for $10 with varying assortment of NA merch, swag, prizes. And we're probably going to have some music playing, and we might even do a little dancing. Just dancing. So it's going to be a lot of fun. There's flyers amongst people. It's also on the regional website, so you can check that out there. And I'm looking at Holly, and she doesn't look like she's asking to be put back in. So I think we are officially, oh, no, there it is. There it is. Go ahead, Holly.
Tony, mute your mic. So I'm going to be messaging two people or one person. Give me 2 seconds. I'm sorry. This is going to take a second. Michael R., who just did a thing for 2 t-shirts, medium and large. If you can private chat me, please, because we are actually out of medium t-shirts. So I'm going to message you directly. That's just an FYI.
I don't see Michael still on here anymore, but hopefully you guys can get that figured out.
Okay.
All right. Well, then let's officially get into our final speaker of the day. First and foremost, he's got an awesome name. I'm just going to put that out there. And coming to us all the way from California, we have Matt F., bringing his experience, strength, and hope. Let's get you unmuted here. And there we go. You with us, Matt?
All right, everyone. My name is Matt, and I'm a grateful recovering addict.
What's up, Matt?
Hello. Thank you for having me here this afternoon. It's a wonderful blessing. I feel honored. And I guess, at the end of the day, throughout the whole day, when things are going good, things are going bad, or the good, bad, and the ugly, we ask for God's will. And, I guess God found it fit to have me here to be of service through the spirit of unity of this fellowship and program of Narcotics Anonymous. And I'm very blessed. My clean date is November 16th, 2009. I was 24 years old when I got clean. I'm 35 now. And I have a story of drug addiction, mental illness, and where I've gotten clean, gotten help, outside help, and went back to college and got a few certifications where I worked in a rehab. I've done an externship with the drug rehab. I've worked with mental health programs. Now I work with autism, and my goal is to be selfless, and anything that I ever did, that was self-willed, always ended up affecting myself and others, and mostly myself, because most of my drama is in my head. And so what I'm learning is to have, a good orderly direction in my life. And so I grew up in a family. I'm a Portuguese descent, first generation, born in America. Both my mom and dad were born in Portugal, and they came here separate. And a lot of the Portuguese, they came here because their grandparents and parents saw an opportunity to make money through fishing. And so my dad was a fisherman, and my mom was a stay-home mom. I played sports. I played soccer. I was given that game because, in Portugal, that's like protocol. And so I was pretty good. I was an athlete, and my grandfather was an alcoholic, and none of my grandparents really speak English. And so right away, I saw the differences in school. My middle name is Danilo, and it was like embarrassing. And I hung out with everyone. It's kind of like the Just for today is like we're all accepted. Politics makes bad bedfellows, but in Narcotics Anonymous, addiction and recovery is what we have in common. And so, I never stuck with one group. I bounced around through many friends and groups, and I went to elementary school, to junior high, and I went to college, and I did whatever I could to graduate. My parents were really strict, and so my grandfather brewed his own wine. He grew his own grapes, and he had two big wine barrels. And I always thought, drinking wine was for fun. It makes you laugh. And my mom always told me there's alcoholism in our family, but as a kid, you don't really see that. And it's kind of like if I had kids, and with this program, Narcotics Anonymous, I could educate them with recovery in such a way that they probably wouldn't become drug addicts. Maybe so. I don't know. But Narcotics Anonymous took the obsession to use. And it happened at my first meeting. I had been astray for so long and lived such an obscene life away from people with mental illness, and drinking brandy and going to Tijuana for opiates and speed. And I know we don't care what drugs they were, so I'm going to kind of leave it at that, and kind of practice some autonomy and how I want to govern my message. And, so with that, kind of lost my train of thought, but, what happened was, as a kid, I was young, and I was attracted to that hippies 90s culture of graffiti and rock and roll. And there was this kid, as my dad was going to go fishing on the pier, and I wanted to go surf. And there was this like probably a 16-year-old guy there, standing there with long hair, a fat chain, and some huge earrings and baggy jeans, smoking probably a Marlboro. And I thought he was the coolest hipster in the world. And I was like, man, that's what I want to be when I grow up. I want an old school bike, and I just want to cruise. And I don't know, that's not my goal was never to be a drug addict, but that's what I saw, and that's what I wanted to be. I wanted to be a surfer. I wanted to play in a band, and I became that, all that in a bag of chips. And by the time I was 18, my life was very unmanageable. And in high school, I took pills, drank liquor before games, and surfed waves, and went to parties. I never really had a real girlfriend. I had flings. I was super embarrassed. It was just like hard for me to communicate. And you know, a few years back, I hit a rock bottom in recovery, and my first step was about breaking up with the love of my life. And she is a wonderful friend. She was 25 years older than me, and she had 11 years clean. I met her when I had 9 months, and we became more intimate when I had like 2 years clean. And it just kind of touched base. I had a sponsor kind of walk me through the whole thing, because I had never, really had a real girlfriend or significant other. And we both got tested because I was new in recovery. I had been with women on the streets. And it was a wonderful, wonderful process. We're still best of friends to this day. And I worked that first step over it. And I was able to work through some insecurities and rekindle that relationship. And still best of friends with her family, our support group. She's part of my support group. I'm part of her support group. We walk every evening and we share life and recovery every day. There's not a day that goes by, rarely, that I don't text her, messenger, or talk to her. And she is one of the keys to my recovery. And so at 18, I was sleeping in my truck. My parents couldn't handle me. I was coming home drunk all the time. So I was like, that's cool. If you want to leave my stuff on the front porch, I'm good with that. And I slept in my truck. I slept on friends' couches. And after a while, I started getting paranoid, sleeping on the corner and in my truck, and basically going to Tijuana, working at pizza shops, and working at 7-Eleven. And what happened was my friends didn't want me around. I became like bad company. I stunk. I was very unpleasant. I had a bad attitude. I was unemployable. And so, like, about a year of that, I ended up in therapy. And, the therapist thought that I had a drug addiction. She asked me if I was using. And at one point, I copped to it. And she kicked me out of her office and basically left me with my first basic text of Narcotics Anonymous. And through therapy, I ended up getting a job on fishing boats, and I saved $3,000. I bought a truck, and I was copping dope in Tijuana, and opiates, and speed, and drinking alcohol. And I got a DUI on a job that I had. And so I quit that, and I got an apartment, sold the car, and I injured my captain. It was an accident. With therapy, I was living somewhat of a responsible life with that job, but the guilt or the lack of self-esteem, it just, with this situation, I ended up quitting my job, and I went on a bender for 9 months, and I was smoking speed, hanging out in alleys with gangs, with graffiti, and I would wake up every morning and finish my 40 ounce of liquor or finish the brandy bottle, and I would shave my head, shave my face, and just kind of pat myself down with cologne. And I was working as a butcher, and I always had a job. Working is part of my life, and that's how I was able to sustain a drug addiction. And by that end 9 months of that bender, I was so unemployable and shot out. I couldn't even talk or walk. I couldn't walk down to the bus stop to get to work. And I got fired basically for drinking on the job. And I got fired from that job. And my parents welcomed me back home. I was 22 years old. I had been away for 4 years. I was really strange. I was like a wild animal, hanging on streets, hanging in the corner, at the parks, in between bus stops, so I could liquor up before work. And I mean, I was basically a transient. And I think that's why I ended up with a diagnosis or a mental health disorder. And it's been a long journey. My dad and I got in a fight. I kind of threw him, and he kind of grabbed me, and my mom flipped, and I slept on the side of the house one night, and she dropped me off in Oceanside, California, at a homeless shelter. And I was wild. I was out there. I was like psychotic, and I was yelling at people. And about 2.5 months into the shelter, I was ready to like go up to Northern California and just hitchhike. And I tried it, but I didn't have any money and got kicked off the train. And so, by God's will, by the grace of God, a counselor at this shelter sent me to county mental health, and I got picked up by a social worker. And I called my mom. I told my mom, I was like, I'm having problems. I'm having health issues. And my parents didn't really know what drug addiction was, and I kept it such a secret. They just thought that I didn't want to cooperate in the family. They just somehow thought that, you know, he's just not getting it. But really, I had a mental illness and a full-blown drug addiction. And I was 22 years old. And a social worker found me, and I ended up with the diagnosis. And my parents welcomed me into my grandparents' house in Point Loma near Ocean Beach. And with the agreement that I would stick with this program and this youth program and do counseling and therapy. And in that, I met a counselor, an addiction specialist, who ended up having some recovery himself. And at that point, it's kind of usual to hear a recovering addict become an addiction specialist. But at that point, I thought it was the coolest thing in the whole world. Like, here comes this counselor guy that could relate to me. Last time I told the therapist that I was on drugs, she kicked me out of her office. I guess I wasn't supposed to show up under the influence. And so I got tired. I got tired of that empty alley cannon. The only thing that would shine was a bottle or a can that I could throw in my bag, get a 32 ounce of Miller and drink that. By the time I'm halfway home, it's gone. And I guess I could start counting that bottle as 10 cents. And I just got tired. I was like depressed. I wasn't depressed or anything, but I was like that old alley just with weeds and a few cans. And I remember that there was a full bottle of like expensive, like probably like some green bottle stuff. And I opened it up. I was going to pound it. I found it and it was filled with piss. There was like chunks in it. And I was like, oh man, like all over my hand, the piss. And I was just like, I think I'm going to try a meeting. And I didn't know what Narcotics Anonymous was. So I went to AA. And this lady, she gave me a hug. And I think it was just that shelter and fishing and being so mentally ill and unstable that when she gave me a hug, it was like the obsession to use lifted. It was like someone wanted me around. And I think by getting kicked out, my parents, my own family didn't want me. And then my friends turned on me, or they just didn't know how to handle me. And at that point, no one knew what mental illness or drug addiction was. We were just using. And that hug, it like sent vibrations through my aura, my spirit, my body. And I just kept coming back. And around 17 days clean, an old friend that was a friend, but also a connect, called me, and I told him what I was doing. And he was just like, how'd you get off drugs? And I was like, I wasn't even that bad. You're worse than me. How could you ask me that question? But it was really a miracle the way I got off drugs, because I was really hooked on a lot of shit, And so that was like my second first step, that story. It was like a story about my life, 3 pages. And that's where my life became unmanageable. In around 17 days, about 90 days clean, my AA sponsor told me, I think you're a drug addict. And I was like, I do too. I'm not really feeling this fellowship, but I'm grateful for it. And I started going to NA, and NA is where I identified with drug addiction. I identified with the addict who still suffers. It gave me so much hope. I identified with the hugs. The hugs heal. And the handshakes, I was just kind of like, it's all good, And I ended up getting a commitment as a coffee maker across the street from where I lived, and kind of brought my brother along with me from time to time. And he's got 4 years clean now, coming up in November. My clean day is November 16th, and his is November 15th. And I've been able to become a good role model for him. At one point, when I back to that alley and just the cans and the liquor bottles and recycling, my brother called me a crackhead, and it just like changed me. It was like, damn, he no longer looks up to me. And I think I need to make some changes in my life. And so I did. And it was one of the main motivators for me to just stay on this path of Narcotics Anonymous and spirit and unity and communion with the creator and the universe, and turning it over to God and getting out of self-will. My self-will harmed me. It caused all of this. And God's will created all of this life for me. And when I do God's will, I mean, things just keep turning around. And one of the wonderful gifts was I rekindled that relationship with surfing. My first love was the ocean. And what I do most is I hang by the ocean. Something about it just speaks to me, and it comes to me, it comes through me. And so anytime I go for a walk, Sunset Cliffs, Ocean Beach, it's just like my home. And so I got lucked out. My parents welcomed me back. And I always say self-righteously, the only reason why I got a family is because I'm clean, But maybe there's some low self-esteem there, the nature of our disease, self-centeredness, fear of change, and forces of nature, and spirit. And so yeah, around a gentleman told me it takes about 18 months for the obsession to use, and I was pissed because I was like, I'm doing this program and I knew everything, but I look back and I go, it is a process. And I took a year clean, and around 9 months the obsession to use was lifted. And when I hit rock bottom around 4 years and I broke up with Lisa, um, I was mentally ill and just way out there. The obsession to use never came back. So today, one of my definitions of sanity is not picking up in a low bottom place. And then today, one of my definitions of sanity is seeking outside help. And I've always had a commitment in Narcotics Anonymous. Right now, I'm a secretary at Balboa Park on Saturday nights. Wonderful place to go if you want a vacation. Balboa Park is super awesome. There's a koi fish pond. There's wonderful museums. Not to endorse it, but it's a wonderful, beautiful place to meditate and to get with the great outdoors. And so I do that. I write tons of poetry. I sing songs. I've played in bands, done cool open mics, and recorded tons of music. I'm living my dreams, rekindling that relationship with the ocean and surfing, and is, just the process. It's just been such a wonderful process. In my disease, I threw out my shoulder and just kind of gave up on my life as a surfer. And so my grandfather ended up getting sober later on in life, and he didn't do recovery, but I learned when I was studying addiction that some people just through life circumstances are able to clean up and get sober or clean and serene. Um, speaking it the NA way. And NA is the only fellowship that I do. I might dabble into some outside literature, and I think in the We Do or the Journey Continues book, it talks about that. At Narcotics Anonymous, when we work such a program, it takes us to outside sources, and then in hope that those outside sources take us right back to the rooms of Narcotics Anonymous. And so I'm always practicing affirmations. I'm always practicing God's will and just reciting spiritual principles. Like if I need to practice forgiveness, I use that word. I say surrender, forgiveness, and freedom, on and on and on. And then I ask for God's will. I just say thy will be done. And when I got to my 4th step, I had a lot of resentments, and I went back and made amends to my mom and my dad, and they welcomed me back, and they were just so happy. They could feel the essence of my life and my heart open up with an open heart and unconditional acceptance that it just felt right. And my brother followed me in, so that motivating factor of me getting clean ended up inspiring another member of Narcotics Anonymous. And who would have thunk it, that I could be a role model or just a good example. And so I went up to that shelter with Lisa, and I made an amends to the pastor up there, and because it was some kind of mission program thing. And he told me, he goes, Matt, you're one of the reasons why I keep this shelter open. To see you come back to me with 3 years clean and have an amends and to own up to it is amazing. He goes, that's the reason why I keep this place open. And that just like inspired me to stay clean. That just gave me the initiative to just say, dude, you're on the right path. Keep going, seek God's will. And this program's moving mountains daily. And, what a charmed life I lead. And so it's wonderful. The holidays are great. I have a wonderful collections of movies, guitars, cool jewelry, instruments, records. I look present. I always get a good job. I don't get paid a lot, but that's cool. I have enough. I don't have to pay the connect anymore. I never have to get a front and forward my whole paycheck and then live like that, pawning off my life. And everything I have, I own. I bought a car, I paid it off, hard work. I'm a medical assistant. I'm not a doctor or anything, but the fact that I went to school and graduated on the president's list halfway through, like with 3.0, is a miracle. I couldn't pay attention in school for nothing. And, it's just part of my journey. And nowadays I study, I hang out in libraries. I love astrology and I'm into the universe and it just inspires me. I wake up each day and write 3 pages in the morning. What I learned about step work is we don't need computers, special pens and papers. We just need to get it down. We just need to get it down. And our disease, it wants us to suppress that. It wants us to keep it a secret. It wants us to build, like make mountains out of molehills. And that's like the whole self-centeredness of this disease is we're as sick as our secrets. So, making amends is part of my story. It's ongoing. One of the biggest amends that I make is seeking outside help. I had to make amends to my home group. I had to make amends to my family all over again and to my community. And, I treat my neighbors nicely, accordingly, and very kindly. And, I'm just very blessed. The obsession hasn't came back just for today to use. And I learned a lot about my human nature and basically our character defects. And what we have is that dishonesty, self-righteous, manipulated way of thinking, and that's okay. I could practice principles. I could say prayer. I could journal them all out, and that's a constructive way to cope. But what's not constructive is acting out on that nature of our disease. And it's just because I'm human, I'm a part of this world, I'm born with it. I believe everyone is. I could be wrong. But in Narcotics Anonymous, we associate them with defects and shortcomings. And one of my biggest ones is lust. I'm single, just kind of, I think a lot of people in recovery are single because they're so comfortable with themselves that they have so many hobbies and interests and with the love of the fellowship and having so many friends, that it's not that big of a deal to have to tie it all into a relationship every time, or like that feeling of despair and loneliness is just not there anymore with the fellowship. And so I just like to express that, and but it's still there, and I don't act out on it much, really. And just moving on, always making amends. And each morning that 10 step basically goes into that journal. It's just the way that I live. And it's really important to set the tone. It's like that old saying, we can start the day over at any time. And I like to begin my day that way, whether it's with the Just for Today or an outside book or a journal. What it does is it starts my day in the direction that I believe is best for me. And so it's been a wonderful journey. I'm not friends with everyone, but I do love everyone. I have unconditional love. I have a small support group. It's intimate. I'm kind of like a lone soldier. I surf, I walk, I ride a lot of steps. I've been through the steps like 5 or 6 times. And it's just been a long, wonderful road. You know, see, yeah, I I learned that you know, drugs was just a symptom of our disease. The drug was really just a way to get us cornered and turned away from God. Or not the drug, but the other, like the nature of our disease, like gambling, sex, uh, stealing, lying, manipulating, cheating, all of that. If I continue to do that while I'm in recovery or clean, what it's going to do is it's going to isolate me from the herd, and and somehow the disease will find its way to kind of pry an opportunity for me to get loaded. And so it's really important to kind of nip it in the bud and kind of get those character defects and shortcomings under control. So every afternoon I kind of take a walk, and and I kind of just meditate. Writing, journaling is all a form of meditation. So thank God I found the identification in Narcotics Anonymous. Thank God I was able to relate to the addict who still suffers and carry a message of hope. We have a new IP about mental health, and it states, you know, if you have a diagnosis, it's cool. You are clean, you know. I found it really hard to relate at one point, and what's really cool is that there's always someone that pulls me aside and says, "Matt, I can relate." You know, Narcotics Anonymous unblocked me from the treasures of the world. It unblocked me from the depths of despair. It took me out of my insanity, and so this time around, what I'm learning, about the traditions and about the step work is, at 11 years clean, I still need to stay away from old people, places, and things. The disease has a way of perking my ear up and saying, hey, that's what your old friend's thinking about you, or maybe you need to go show them what's up. And it's just, that's the nature of my disease, and it's like my human nature. It wants me to have conflict. And so through this first step that I worked a few months ago, it showed me, it goes, Matt, this is where your life is becoming unmanageable, and for some reason your old people, places, and things are showing up. And it's kind of like nowadays when I go surf, those old surf spots are real local, and it's almost like old stomping grounds, or traveling to Mexico to catch some good waves. It's like old people, places, and things, old neighborhoods. And the only difference today is I have a purpose of being there. And I have to understand that. It's like when I first got clean, can you go to a concert where there's liquor? And it's just really important to stay grounded in those steps, and to make sure that obsession stays lifted each day, and to ground yourself in the literature. And if you're new, it is possible. You can play in bands. You can follow your dreams and rekindle those lost, awakened dreams, and say, this is something that is really important. It's really important that I indulge here, and my goal is to just do this sport or this hobby or this goal. And I think self-will, it wants to remove that from our lives, and I think the disease is best at that. And so So I'm learning. I'm learning now, I'm learning about self-will and turning it over to the God of my understanding. That's been a long process. I think the disease wants to say, you know, um, why don't you go back to your old friends and just say that you're clean and instead of saying, well, why don't you go back to your ocean, or why don't you go to a meeting and share on that? The disease is cunning, baffling, and powerful. It wants me to use, and it's going to pry its way for the rest of my life. So I hope for the future to maybe have kids or not. It's all good. Maybe get married or not. Maybe get in a relationship soon. I want to travel the world. I want to surf. I want to keep working out and walking along the oceans and praying and communing with nature. And I have a wonderful home with all this art all over the wall. And I want to maintain my life in recovery. I want to continue to rekindle the relationships that I have created in Narcotics Anonymous. I may continue to go back to school. There's so many hopes and dreams, and Narcotics Anonymous unblocks me from that denial. It says you're not good enough. You won't graduate, or just sit around the house and be complacent and isolate and not walk through those uncomfortable feelings. And what a journey it's been. My parents have seen me live 11 years clean. All my grandparents, except for one, has seen me clean and stable. I continue to work the program. Sometimes I feel there's like a hierarchy, but what I know in our literature is that we're all equals. There's no one better. We're all the same. We all identify with addiction and recovery. We have come from all walks of life. And it's really important to practice that unconditional acceptance and just unconditionally just have acceptance. And sometimes I say, well, that's just unacceptable. Well, maybe I just need to have some self-acceptance there and just say, you're a part of this universe. You're a part of this program. Narcotics Anonymous help save your life. Don't allow don't allow NA to take away what it gave you or something that's that saying. And if I didn't stand for something, I wouldn't fall for anything. And what a wonderful gift. I've sought outside meditation centers. I've participated in Narcotics Anonymous regularly. I've spoken to the youth, people with mental illness. I'm always lending a helping hand to the homeless. I'm welcomed. It's an honor to say, Matt, we would love to have you here and carry the message of hope. And it is possible to stay clean with a mental health disorder. It is possible to get clean as a youth at 24 years old or younger. It's never too late. You could be a musician, you could be an artist. Those broken dreams of being a gutter addict with a guitar is a lie. There is hope for all people, no matter where you've been and who you are. There's hope. And there's that rare person that just through life circumstances can say, I need a change. And they do at some certain age. But for me, I needed a fellowship. I needed blockage. I needed safety. I needed a safety net. And Narcotics Anonymous is that safety net. So I've had many spiritual awakenings, but one of them was to carry the message to the addict who still suffers. Journaling, walking, writing poetry, playing the guitar, surfing waves, talking with a friend. We're not talking with a friend, but that's all meditation for me. And each morning I have 3 pages of meditation. It's like a Western form of meditation. And through prayer, whether I just ask for God's will or just say thy will be done, or ask for unconditional acceptance or unconditional surrender, or continue to just ask for God's grace, peace, and serenity, and to allow him to give me the strength to walk through these obstacles in life, it's a wonderful practice. I heard it over and over, work 10, 11, and 12, and that's all you have to do. But every time I open that step working guide, it always says, like, welcome back to the steps of Narcotics Anonymous, you know? It's really, for me, it's really important. I prefer the cycle over and over and over again. I work that tradition book, the new one, the Spirit Unity. And one of my favorite traditions, it talked about how, you know, I like to govern the way that I live my life. And, you know, part of me wants to say, well, that's autonomy. You know, autonomy is the opportunity to self-govern the way that I live my life. But the truth is God has all authority. And it's really important for me to turn to God, and not turn to those old people, places, and things, and not go to Under Ocean Beach Pier and hang around people that are using, or to always have a purpose where I'm going, hey, Matt, why are you going there? You know, well, I want to read, or I want to go for a walk. I want to check the ocean. That's where I want to spend my life. That's where I commune with my higher power. Well, then go, you know, then go. You're safe. You know, you have NA, and the obsession to use has been lifted. And in that 12 steps, it talks about having had a spiritual awakening. The result of these steps, we try to carry this message to addicts who still suffers. This is a 12 step, you know. If you don't like it all, you know, just take what you can and leave the rest, and apply that to your life at work. Take it home, journal about it, write about it, pray on it, call your sponsor, make a friend, reach out, give your number out. Don't sell yourself short. You know, that's what addiction did, man. It robbed me of my sanity. It robbed me of my reality. And my reality became really real, and at such a young age. And that's kind of like my story through the 12 steps of Narcotics Anonymous. I just keep working steps. I keep working the traditions, and when I'm learning about unity and is trying to cooperate and not always resisting the opportunities that come my way. Oh, you know, you don't need to share at that Bluesfest. You know, you're going to be nervous all day. You should cancel, or, you know, why did you agree to this? And that's all disunity. That's my disease. It's prying its way to get me into a corner and say, now is an opportunity for you to take a drink, you know, or, you know, do a line. And you know, it's a trip, you know. So I think that I had a lot of angels watching over me in my disease. I think I had a guardian angel. I think I had the spirit, the wind, telling me and guiding me and bringing comfort to my heart and saying, Matt, you're going down the wrong path. You know, go this way, don't give up. And I was able to walk into a room and introduce myself as a drug addict. So what a life. I hope to continue. I hope to go on some cool vacations. I hope to make wonderful friendships and continue to read, to write, and to educate, and to work hard on myself and never give up. Give myself a break. And what time do we begin?
You're good for another however long you'd like to go. Really, you could go another 15 to 20 minutes if you'd like. We technically started almost an hour ago.
Oh, we did. Okay.
That was about.
Okay, I'm gonna wrap it up. you know, I'm an artist, and sometimes I enjoy, you know, if I can't always say the prayers, sometimes I just like to write them. And if I can't always say the affirmation or the spiritual principle, I like to paint them. And I have affirmations all over my room. It's like a sanctuary. It's the foundation where I live my life. And for that, I'm forever grateful of Narcotics Anonymous. There was no way that I could maintain a life of sanity and recovery without Narcotics Anonymous. It would be very rare. And with God's grace and with the strength and the encouragement, I am forever blessed. Thank you for allowing me to carry the message of hope. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Matt. Let's go ahead and get everybody unmuted here.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Thank
you,
you
Matt.
so
much,
Matt.
Thank you.
Love you,
very
Matt.
much, Matt.
Right on.
Right on.
Awesome.
message.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Matt, for your experience, strength, and hope. And I do agree, Balboa Park is gorgeous. I might need another San Diego trip here soon myself. Before closing up, we are going to need one more person to read. So if you wouldn't mind using the raise hand button, if you would be willing to be of service. Also, just want to do one last announcement of Seventh Tradition and t-shirts. So again, if you are interested in donating to our Seventh Tradition, please use Venmo. The username is BluesfestNA. I'm putting that into the chat right now. If you are prompted, please use the code 8080. Also, please make sure that you mention in the memo that this is for the Seventh Tradition, since we are using that same code or that same Venmo account, sorry, for purchasing of t-shirts. So one last shirt announcement. We have a limited run of shirts, limited supply now of certain sizes as well, but we have women's tank tops and we have just general t-shirts. They are $15 a piece. If you're local, you can meet up with Holly and she can get you the shirt. You guys can coordinate that. Again, $15. If you're out of state and we're looking for one, that's no problem at all. We ship with USPS priority. Cost is an additional $7.75. So please add that to the total. If it's for one shirt, and if it's for more than one shirt, it will be an additional $8.30. So please make sure that that is taken care of. I will put that into, oh, and also, if you are purchasing a shirt, please make sure that you mention the shirt size and type within the memo. If we don't have it, we don't know what you want. So please make sure to do that. Again, I want to give a big, massive thank you and shout out to everybody for partaking in this event today. I want to thank all of our speakers for bringing a great message of experience, strength, and hope, true Narcotics Anonymous message. And I want to thank all three of the bands for putting together great package sets for us. And hopefully everybody had a great time. Hopefully this ended up being a solid event. Again, any of the subcommittee members, if you wouldn't mind, please staying on the call so that we can kind of debrief afterwards. Holly, did you want to say anything else?
About the shirts, if you guys are still interested in shirts, please also leave a way to contact you on there. Like, it's really important that we have a way to contact you. If we don't know how to contact you, then if we don't have that size or something like that, then it's making it a bit difficult. So
awesome. Yes. So please, when you're in the memo, if you're mentioning the shirt and the size, please also put a contact phone number so that we can make sure to contact you if needed. And one more time as well, all of the videos of the speakers, as well as each one of the musical acts, will be uploaded and edited and put onto YouTube for future viewing. So if you know of anybody who didn't get a chance to see this, or you just wanted to go back and watch the speakers again, they will be listed on YouTube probably by the end of the week. I just have to edit everything and get it up there, but they will be listed again by searching AZNA Bluesfest 26. Yeah, so I think that is pretty much everything. Thank you again to everybody for a great event. And before closing the meeting, I've asked Ariana to read We Do Recover. Let's get you unmuted here. There you go.
Okay. There's like a, can you hear me?
Yep, you're good.
Okay, there we go. We are an addict. We do recover. When at the end of the road, we find that we no longer function. We can no longer function as a human being, either with or without drugs. We all face the same dilemma. What is there left to do? There seems to be this alternative. Either go on as best as we can to the bitter ends, jails, institutions, or death, or find a new way to live. In years gone by, very few addicts ever had this last choice. Those who are addicted today are more fortunate. For the first time in man's entire history, a simple way has been proving itself in the lives of many addicts. It is available to us all. This is a simple spiritual, not religious program known as Narcotics Anonymous.
Awesome. Thank you very much for reading. And again, thank you everybody for reading. All right. After a moment of silence for the addicts still sick and suffering both inside and outside of this room, we will go ahead and close with the third step prayer. Everybody will stay muted, so please just go ahead and follow along at home. Many of us have said, take my will in my life, guide me in my recovery, and show me how to live. All right, thank you, everybody. Have a great rest of your day. And again, everybody here, please, everybody